Welcome back. I'll turn first to Ms. Cott. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
Give me one moment.
No problem.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm ready.
Thank you. Welcome back to everyone. It is the afternoon of October 9th after our lunch break. I am Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board, and we're picking up on our afternoon in the hearing on the proposed Sites Reservoir project. We finished completed hearing from Mr. Resnick during our morning. I think we came to the conclusion that we will hear from Dr. Michael first and then Mr. Asarian. And with that, is there anything else we should address before we turn to Dr. Michael? And I will see if we have, who is the attorney who will be introducing our witness?
This is Eric Busher. I'll
Great.
be doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, I will go ahead. Welcome, Dr. Michael. If you would please, I'm going to administer the oath. So if you would please come off mute. Thank you. And raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Mr. Busher.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Michael. Can you please state your name for the record?
Sure. Jeffrey A. Michael.
And very briefly, can you just describe your background as it relates to your testimony today?
Sure. I'm an economist. I've been working in California policy issues and California water issues for about 16 years. And my PhD is in economics with concentration in environmental economics. I've done a lot of work on regional growth and forecasting and demand forecasting for related to infrastructure planning from transportation to water, and have worked on water policy throughout the state of California.
Thank you. Is Exhibit FOR 13 a true and correct copy of your statement of qualifications?
Yes.
Is Exhibit FOR 14 a true and correct copy of your written testimony in this matter?
Yes.
And did you prepare that written testimony?
Yes.
Are Exhibits FOR 90 through FOR 109 true and correct copies of documents you cited or relied upon in your testimony?
Yes.
And is Exhibit FOR 30 a copy of a presentation to go along with your summary of your testimony?
Yes.
And did you prepare that presentation?
Yes, I did.
With that, Ms. Mullen, if we could put FOR 30 on the screen, and Dr. Michaels, I will turn it over to you if you could please provide a summary of your testimony.
While we're waiting, can I get clarification if it's Michaels with an S or just Michael?
No S, just Michael.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I apologize, Ms. Cott and Dr. Michael.
I don't correct people on that anymore. It's a common error. Thank you for pulling up the presentation. So my testimony today is about the public interest with respect to Sites Reservoir, and my conclusion based on the available evidence that it's not in the public interest. So next slide, please. Specifically, the focus of my testimony will start with defining what the public interest is. It's sort of a broad term. And specifically focusing on the greatest area of public interest in California, which is its cost of living crisis. Second, I'm going to talk about a specific issue in the site's authority's financial plans, where it's talking about a state obligation to pay O&M costs over and above its Prop 1 investment. And in fact, because of its Prop 1 investment, that is incorrect and a problem in its financial plan. Third point is I'm going to talk about its questionable financial feasibility and the risk that it creates, not just for ratepayers that will be paying the bill and taxpayers, but also creates risk for the environmental benefits and protections that are embedded in the plan as well. So, the bottom line is that assessing the public interest in what is currently estimated as a $4 billion project demands more analysis of its cost effectiveness and particularly its impact on taxpayers and ratepayers. Analysis that's missing from this submission. Next slide, please. So, what do we mean when we say what is the public interest? And I'm going to talk about some ways that we can discern that. But I think it's quite clear that the cost of living crisis in California is by far the dominant interest of the public in California right now. There's plenty of evidence that interest in that is rising. The problem is becoming worse, and utility bills, specifically water rates, are a contributor to that problem. In light of that, Sites Authority provided no evidence on this topic, public interest value, to this hearing. No evidence on their projected affordability or ratepayer impacts. I've heard some people say that just the presence or the passage of Prop 1 shows that these projects are in the public interest, and sort of citations of that. And I will point out a citation in the ballot argument in favor of Prop 1 signed by Governor Brown and other proponents of Proposition 1. It called out as a virtue of Proposition 1 that it, quote, even reallocates money, even reallocates money from unused bonds to make better use of the money. So Prop 1 actually reallocated money that was already passed by voters in previous water bonds, thinking that people in 2014 had better use of that and better ideas of how to use that funding than the people in 2006 or earlier bonds had passed it. So I would argue that the people who wrote and proposed Prop 1 in 2014 would have no problem whatsoever with people in 2024 questioning whether some of the investments in Prop 1 were in the public interest today, because it's exactly what they did in 2014. Talking about the public interest in general, I find it's, if you want to know what that is in California, one of the best sources is to look at the PPIC statewide surveys that have been going on for a long time and provide us a consistent record of what the people of California are interested in. And I've picked a few points in time that I think are interesting for this project. September 2014 survey, which was the last survey done before the Prop 1 vote in 2014. In the midst of a drought, we know that public interest in water issue rises during droughts and ebbs when it's not during droughts. So it was a drought time. Comparing that also to September 2022, similar time period and another severe drought that's more recent and reflects public values in a drought from a more recent time, and then the most recent survey when I prepared the testimony. This tells us something about what the public interest is. And if we look at September 2014, it's really quite remarkable actually to have water supply register as the #2 issue in this survey. And I should point out that this particular public interest, the very first question the PPIC asks on this survey, before they ask them about anything else or that respondents are primed in any way about any other issues, it says, thinking about the state as a whole, what do you think is the most important issue facing people in California today? And it's a free response and is coded by the analysts there into these categories. So it's the reason they ask that first is just a great barometer of what people's what is the current public interest. Now, economic issues always rank number one. Sometimes the aspects of that can change. But water supply ranked number two in September 2014, and in fact, had 11 times more respondents respond that that was their the top concern in the state than environmental or climate issues. 8 years later, in September 2022, at a similar time in a severe drought cycle, it's quite interesting to note that water supply and environment and climate ranked equally in the PPI survey of public interest. So this is a clear indication at similar times in a drought cycle that concern about water supply has declined, whereas concerns about environmental values has increased. And that reflects public values, but I think it probably also reflects improvements in water management since the previous drought as well. So I think that can actually be interpreted, some success from some water community. Most important here is to note that issues with the cost of living have elevated by far to the top issue. So economy now leads with the concern of inflation, housing costs and homelessness. Housing costs is defined as to be inclusive of utility costs when people talk about the cost of housing and how the cost of housing drives homelessness. Number one issue, even in the midst of a drought, over 50% of respondents citing these as the most important issue. Those numbers have just increased in the summer 2024 survey, closest to when this testimony was produced, that nearly 70% of respondents are putting economic concerns highlighted by the cost of living crisis and specific concerns related to the costs related to housing and homelessness, again, which is utility costs are a driver and a component of that at the very top. It's also worth noting that public concern about state budget deficits and sort of good government in general is nearly double its usual level, rising to 9% over its typical levels of sort of 5 and 6%. And we know this if we're living in California and we're talking to our neighbors, but this is survey evidence that shows that cost of living is the number one public interest, and it must be addressed by the site's project, or it's not dealing with public interest. Next slide, please. And I apologize for packing a lot onto these slides. This one talks about some other issues that are important to the public interest. One is to note that we have declining demand for new water supply, and this comes from two sources. One is that per capita urban water demand on a per person basis is declining. This graphic here comes directly from the State Water Board's June 2024 report on the Conservation as a Way of Life regulation. So this is staff's assessment of declining per capita urban water use and projections that is going to continue to decline in the future. We combine that with the state's projected population growth, or I should say non-growth, and we have a clear picture of declining demand for new water supplies in the future. It's really quite remarkable. The latest official projections from the California Department of Finance, which are to be used in state planning, actually projects that the state's population in 2060 will be equal to its population in 2020. So there's zero population growth between 2020 and 2060, combined with declining per capita water demand. As it's rather obvious, we have a situation where we have declining urban water demand, and that's quite a change. 10 or 20 years ago, people were planning for 60 million Californians. Water people would use larger numbers frequently, like 65 million Californians. Those projections were high 20 years ago, but official projections now are no population growth. There's also financing for this project through general obligation bonds. It's worth noting that the state's current general obligation bond that are outstanding per capita is already double the median per capita debt across all the other states in the United States. So bond debt is an issue for the people of California. And as we have slowing population growth, that means that we have a fewer taxpayers in the future to bear the burden and pay the burdens of the bonds and the debt we're taking on now, and as well as water rates. Those costs are spread over fewer ratepayers. So declining population growth is also, or I should say flat population growth, lack thereof is related to these financial concerns already. And we know drinking water rates are already increasing. This is an issue that the Water Board has addressed in some other reports, as well as we've seen some of the water agencies have been significantly increasing their rates, 8, 9, 10% a year. Metropolitan Water District just doubled its property tax assessments and increased property taxes in many, many decades. So again, a direct link between water costs and housing costs there. Next slide. My second point is about O&M costs for the sites authority. So this is a very specific problem in the financial plan, but one that I think it's important to address and is very much in the public interest. The sites authority, I'm trying to look at their most current financial documents. So I was able to find their most current draft plan of finance, as well as the feasibility analysis they submitted to the California Water Commission for Prop 1. Both of those documents allocated operating and maintenance costs to the state of California based on proportional to the sort of environmental water share, the environmental share of the storage. It suggests that the Prop 1 capital funding, which was a subsidy for the public benefits, which only occur for both building and operating the project, that somehow that this Prop 1 grant created a state obligation to come up with O&M funding. These documents don't share any, identify any source of that funding. There's been some other comments. I put in testimony an interview of the site's general manager with the PPIC, where he made comments on this issue, where he said they've suggested that the state could use some of their water, meaning the water that site's water, to generate revenue to support the cost of their O&M share. Isn't specific about what that means, but certainly I interpreted it to mean that they might sell that water and if they couldn't come up with other funding source for that. So they may want to clarify that. I'll also point in the site's draft plan of finance, it actually points out, even though it's sort of basing this O&M cost on the share, the storage share towards environmental water, the draft plan of finance actually notes that the Prop 1 grant is actually larger. Its proportion of capital funding is actually greater than the share of environmental water, which benefits their perspective. So there's sort of inconsistencies in the draft plan of finance about these particular issues. I put some in my written testimony. I put some other citations to PPIC and others that just basically shows that there is no state obligation to pay these operating and maintenance costs. The fact that they are attributing or allocating these costs to the states in their financial documents is a problem. It to me points to financial weakness in the plan. And these suggestions that the environmental water should be used to generate revenue for O&Ms is a concern. And I think that for the public interest, it's important for the state to sort of clear this issue up right now and state that is the site's JPA's responsibility to pay the O&M costs of their project. That there is no additional state funding beyond the Prop 1 award in that plan. Next slide, please. next. Oh yeah, thank you. So this slide is just about whether sites is affordable and needed. The general way economists look at this is financial feasibility. A financial feasibility test requires that the benefits not just exceed costs in aggregate for the project, but each individual participants must receive benefits greater than the costs to show that that the project is financially feasible for them. The financial feasibility analysis for the Prop 1's funds that were submitted, I believe, in 2021, it found that the aggregate project benefits were just a small higher than total project cost by a very small amount. It did not break out that analysis by all the participants. And in fact, when you get behind it, you'll actually see that for the site's JPA, it appears that their analysis shows that most participants actually have costs that exceed their benefits, which means that it would fail a financial feasibility test. I say this because it only presented results for the JPA in the aggregate. It found $4.059 billion in benefits, $3.987 billion in costs to the JPA. Those costs again being lowered by this assumption of about $4 million a year in state O&M costs that really should be part of the JPA's cost. And that benefit cost ratio was 1.018, or just barely over 1 in the aggregate. But if you read in the feasibility report, they actually say that they varied from the Water Commission's Prop 1 methodology, and that for two of the larger municipal agencies in their metropolitan and zone 7, but particularly metropolitan, they changed the valuation they had of away from the CWC methodology and valued their Prop 1 water supplies at desalination at the cost of the desalination alternative. And since they were the largest investor, that sort of boosted up the total just enough to get it over 1. Without that, it's pretty straightforward to infer that without that maneuver, the benefit cost ratio was below 1, and thus for the majority of participants, individual participants, if they were to break that out, I believe that the costs would exceed the benefits. We can see this pretty clearly looking at agricultural users as part of sites. The most recent public presentation made by the Sites Authority on their website when I prepared this testimony estimated the water supply costs of sites to sites reservoir participants at $850 an acre foot. Growing rice is the most common use of the agricultural participants there. That's the crop that goes up and down during droughts and in that region, and is the largest crop in that area. In terms of to grow rice with sites water at $850 an acre foot, the water costs them alone would be $3,000 to $4,000 per acre. In recent years, gross revenue from growing rice has been about $3,000 per acre. So just the water costs alone with sites reservoir would exceed the revenue from rice growing, not including any of the other costs of rice growing or any kind of profit. So it seems pretty clear to me that sites water is not affordable for its agricultural participants. When we look at the urban water participants, they've got a lot of financial capacity. They can raise property taxes, they can raise water bills. People don't have a lot of alternatives there. So they have a lot of financial capacity, but really the question is, do they need the site's water to provide reliability, and is it affordable for their ratepayers? I looked at two of the two largest urban agencies and looked at their planning documents. Metropolitan Water District has a climate adaptation plan now that's projecting a need for about 50,000 acre feet in new water supply. over the next 20 to 30 years from all sources, including sites and alternative water supply sources, including some of those that I believe Mr. Resnick was testifying before me about. Metropolitan's current contract, I believe, is for 50,000 acre feet with the site's authority. So that's equal to all of its projected need that it would get from its full portfolio of sources. I looked at San Bernardino Valley Integrated Water Master Plan. I saw their projections in the future show a very healthy surplus of what they need to ensure reliability. And in fact, in their projections, that surplus would grow between when the plan was created in 2020 and 2040. And it would grow despite investment in sites water that's actually lower than where they are today, and that they would easily be able to maintain their current surplus and reliability standard without the site's water. So they may, there may be there's not clear evidence that this water is really needed for reliability purposes. So final slide is conclusion. Just to make the point that it is affordability and the cost of living crisis that dominates the public interest. The Sites Authority has provided no estimate of the impacts on water ratepayers or taxpayers, or the impacts of its $4 billion proposal. Furthermore, I've said to protect the public interest. Sites Authority plan allocates costs of the state for operating and maintenance costs, which are problematic and sort of contrary to Proposition 1. And I believe the board should impose clear terms and conditions that Sites JPA is responsible for the O&M costs. Finally, sites appears to be unaffordable for agricultural agencies and not really necessary for urban agencies, considering this broader context that I talked about at the beginning of declining water demand in the state and the high costs of sites and projects like it will thus displace opportunities for additional conservation investment or other water supply investments. Thank you very much. That concludes my summary.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. Before we turn to cross-examination, I did want to take a pause for a procedural matter. I noticed, Mr. Porgens, that you have joined us on the Zoom. I'm glad you're here. If this is a good time, maybe you can come off mute. And I think you had some questions about your participation, and since you're here, it would be a good time to address them, but you will have to come off mute if you can, so that we can hear you. Yeah, you have to click at the bottom. There should be a button for audio. There we go. I think you're off mute. We can hear you.
Okay,
Good.
thank you.
Good.
And first of all, I appreciate you providing me with this opportunity to, express my involvement in these proceedings. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you. Yes.
Thank you. So basically, you understand that I have a number of health issues that are consuming me. So my schedule is mostly doctors. So if it's possible, if you can put me at the end somewhere, and I have an updated version, because when the Microsoft crash occurred, it just messed up my entire computer, everything. It's just malfunctioning. I tried everything to improve it, but it's difficult. So basically, I don't see where I'm cross-examining anyone. I don't see where I'm going to need any expert witnesses. My testimony and exhibits are based primarily on government reports. So all the documentation that I'm going to be supplying, I have to do with state board hearings, with respect to areas and counties of origin, with respect to the Bay Delta, 67 years later, we don't have a plan that's going to protect the Delta. We're still in the proceedings on that one. I got 64 years where DWR hasn't provided the mandated protections for the Bay Delta. Those are the kinds of things that I'm adding into the record. So that's where I'm coming from. I'm disputing anybody. This isn't personal. This is just a matter of providing the facts. That's all I'm here to do. So,
Thank you, Mr. Porgens. Let's talk logistics, because I don't believe we have received any exhibits, or we've received maybe 2 or 3 exhibits from you, and I
Yes.
understand did not include testimony.
yes,
So I think the first thing to address is how to receive your exhibits.
yes,
The best way to do it is you could mail them into us, hard copies, if that's the easiest.
yes,
The other option is to email them to us, and I can have some of the team here at the AHO work with you to make sure we actually receive them.
yes,
But we don't have them, but we do need to get them. So what I would propose is that we work with you to get your exhibits and your written testimony so that everyone has a chance to see all of those, and that we would work in your testimony through the rebuttal process, which we're tentatively scheduling for mid to late January, early February,
that's fine.
because that would give everyone notice and we'd get a chance to work that out. But it would be the evidence would be considered, it's on a same playing field, so to speak, as the case in chief evidence that we're gathering now. But that's what I would propose as the best way. I will look to the room also. Are there any concerns or objections about about handling Mr. Porgens' involvement in this way? So right now, Mr. Porgens, the deadline for submitting rebuttal exhibits is set at December 6th. So we have a little bit of time to make sure that we can get your evidence in, but we may want to start early. Especially if,
yes.
as I realize you have other, more important things to worry about in terms of your health and things like that. But I believe you have contact information for Mr. Anderson on my staff, and he can help you with some of the logistics of just how to get your evidence in. We upload it onto our FTP site so that all the parties can see it, but we can handle
Yes.
that part once we get them from you.
Well, if it's any encouragement, I'm working on it right now. Okay.
Great.
And so I'll get it to you as soon as possible. And I want everyone to have an opportunity to review it and state whatever they have to state about it, because this isn't me talking. This is my government talking. Okay. And the documents. Thank you so much. And thank everyone that's involved in this proceeding for bearing with me. And this may not be as important as my health, but it's on par. I've worked on this for 45 years. So I wish everybody the best in resolving these long-term issues for the benefit of all the people, including the government and the proponents of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Porgens, and thank you for joining us so we could talk. It's sometimes the most effective way.
Yeah, I'll stay in touch with Skylar Anderson. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go off now. Okay.
That's fine. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And with that, I'll turn back. Thank you, Dr. Michael, for that. Well, you got a brief reprieve from cross-examination. Now we will turn to cross-examination. Mr. Ferguson, do you have questions for Dr. Michael?
I do have questions.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Dr. Michael.
Dr. Michael, you're muted.
Thanks for giving me that chance to unmute. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good to see you again.
Mhm.
I'm going to turn to your testimony, which and page 5 in particular, and that's FOR 14. So at lines 16 through 20, we scroll down a little bit. You state that the ballot argument for Proposition 1 endorsed the idea that money authorized in bond issues past a decade later, but not yet expended, can and should be redirected in the future as values change, correct?
Yes, that's what I wrote.
Okay. And as evidence or as support for this opinion, you cite the 2014 ballot argument, correct?
Yes, I did. And Prop 1 itself, I could have cited the proposition also.
And is it your understanding that the ballot argument was referring to bonds that were unsold as of the November 2014 election?
That's my understanding of it.
So you understand that Proposition 1, and specifically the provisions concerning the water storage investment program, which is the program under which the authority received funding, prescribed an extensive review process for the Water Commission to ultimately issue funds for storage projects, correct?
Yes, yes,
Okay. And you're aware that the Water Commission has granted the site's project authority a total of 875 million for storage that achieves specific objectives, correct?
yes.
And you understand that to support the Water Commission's determination, the authority provided significant evidence of project benefits and feasibility, correct?
Yes.
And do you understand that the authority has initiated discussions with the Department of Water Resources and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife regarding the required adaptive management plans for the funded public benefits?
I don't have any specific knowledge of that.
Okay. Given this extensive history related to the proposition and the authority's efforts to date, do you have any reason to believe that the bonds for the sites project would go unused?
Um, I believe it's a possibility. I believe it's a possibility because they could go unused, particularly because of the um, you know I'm the financial feasibility analysis of the project showed that it was very, very tenuous in 2021, and I don't believe that conditions since that date have made it more likely to be feasible.
Well, in the case that the bond funds for the sites project do not go unused, there would not be an opportunity to redirect funds to other projects, correct?
Well, that's correct. Yes.
Okay. Do you also recall that the argument in favor of Prop 1 stated that Proposition 1 invests in new storage, increasing the amount that can be stored in wet years for use in dry years?
I don't remember that specific item in the ballot argument, but I am aware that that's, the generally expressed purpose of the project.
Well, can we bring up FOR 93 real quickly and look at the language? Great. Dr. Michael, on the right-hand column there at the top, you see where the language starts with yes on Prop 1 stores water when we have it,
Yes.
and then continues on to talk about investments in new storage, increasing water that can be stored during wet years for use in dry years.
Yes.
Great. So the argument in favor clearly identified water storage as a purpose of issuing these bonds, correct?
Yes.
And the statutes that were adopted with approval of Proposition 1 were printed in the voter information guide, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these statutes identified storage and numerous other purposes of the bonds, including proposed funding amounts and criteria to be used for issuing funding, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the voters did not understand that they were voting to fund storage projects with an extensive review process that may require time to award funding and ultimately construct?
No, I have no reason um to believe that wasn't the case. That's maybe a confusing answer. I'm sorry. I may have lost your train in that question, but
No, you didn't.
okay.
So wouldn't it be contrary to the public interest at this point in time to change course on projects, which in this case were approved by the legislature first and then the voters with approval of Proposition 1?
So if you I might just clarify the point I was trying to make here, and perhaps I might be guilty of putting words into proponents' mouth, but I was my point is that that the passage of Proposition 1, by itself is not evidence that the project itself is in the public interest. Um,
Well, fair enough. I hear you.
Okay. I mean, that's the main point being expressed by referring to this.
I want to talk a bit about your definition of public interest.
Mhm.
And I'm going to ask if you agree with this definition, and if not, you can provide your own definition. But do you agree that a reasonable definition of the public interest is that which does the most good for the most people over the longest time at the least cost?
I mean, that's certainly a reasonable interpretation of it, of what that means.
In your opinion,
I mean,
is
that
that
might
what
be
it,
a criteria that an individual would use to evaluate the public interest, and I might even agree with that criteria. It actually sounds like an economist might have written it, but but public interest is a broad and vague term, and it can be what are the concerns of the public at a given time.
so it sounds like at a broad level, you generally agree with what I stated in terms of a way to characterize the public interest.
That could be a component of considering the public interest.
Okay. And do you agree that this definition is different than what the public may have an interest in at a specific point in time?
Um, I Yes, it is, but I also am not agreeing that that's the full definition of public interest. I believe the concept is a bit broader than that. The point that I'm making in this testimony is that I believe it's indisputable that cost of living crisis, particularly housing costs, inclusive of utility costs, is the single greatest public interest of the people of California at this time. And I've provided some evidence of that, but I don't believe that that's a particularly controversial statement. And so I believe that when you're looking at a project like this, I have no evidence of what the projected impact on water bills or water rates is before me. So I think that that's a critical piece of missing information here, and that was sort of the point I was trying to make.
So if I'm understanding you, it sounds like you're recognizing a distinction between what the public may have an interest in at a specific point in time and the broader definition of public interest, which we went through, which was what does the most good for the most people over the longest time at the least cost. You're at least recognizing a distinction between those two, correct?
I'm not sure I understand that.
Well, my understanding is the definition that I offered to you, you said, I generally agree, but I believe it's broader when we're talking about the public interest, correct?
Yeah, I think exactly. I think that I agree with that. That's a legitimate thing that one would consider and criteria in the public interest. But I believe the public has strong interest in equity criteria. Just as one example, I don't believe that. I've heard public interest in issues like environmental justice and equity issues. I don't think that that would be incorporated into the definition that you use. So there's a lot of considerations that could be included in the public interest. When referring to the cost issues, I was just elevating that as what I think is the highest public interest for the most number of people in California today. But it's not any one thing. I mean, we are hearing testimony on environmental values that have to do with the public interest and equity concerns, et cetera.
Okay, when I heard you say you believe it's broader,
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were suggesting that it also included what the public may have an interest in at a specific point in time. That's not,
Yes.
is that what you also
Yes.
meant?
Yes.
Okay. So you recognize, though, that there's a distinction between that component and the definition that
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Can we turn to page 4 of your testimony? That's back to Exhibit FOR 14. And at lines 16 through 18, you note that the tone of economic concerns has shifted clearly to the cost of living and inflation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you agree that a reliable water supply is needed to support additional affordable housing?
I mean, a reliable water supply is needed to support housing. Yes.
Is a reliable water supply needed to ensure affordable food?
I'm gonna object vague. Where, when, for who?
I'll allow it because I think the nature of the testimony is fairly high level, but Dr. Michael, of course, you can caveat as needed.
Okay. Is a reliable water supply necessary for affordable food?
Yes.
Well, I haven't actually specifically analyzed that question. I mean, it's sort of a water supply where in the general food supply? To what extent is uh, uh, I mean, it's vague. I mean, most food requires actually water to grow. But the cost of that water supply, the availability of the water supply, um, uh, what sorts of foods people consume. I'm seeing no, I mean, most evidence of food supply in California is one of abundance or surplus. Um, I guess I'm not seeing any evidence of California's grocery bills spiking during periods of drought. Um, do you have some evidence that suggests that water supply variability, a strong correlation between that and food costs that Californians pay? Because I've seen no evidence of that.
I'm going to continue with the questioning. We
All
can leave.
right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask you a question.
No problem.
I guess I was thinking through
You're thinking out
that
loud.
question. Yeah.
Hey. I am going to ask you one more question though, related to food and water. I mean, you acknowledged, I think, that water is an input to food generally, at least to grow crops. And
Yes.
okay. And so if there's less water or less reliable water, that may have an impact on crop production, correct?
It can. So can the cost of water. I mean, water projects that serve both agricultural and urban interests that generate water at high costs can lead to water transfers from agricultural interests to urban interests. It's not, um, I mean, this is getting ahead of my testimony, but it's certainly not clear to me that the project we're talking about today generates a water supply that yields profitable farming and will have any impact whatsoever on food costs or the ability of the agriculture industry in California to produce.
Would you agree generally that a reliable water supply is needed to support additional jobs in the state of California?
Um, a reliable water supply is important. It is, it is a foundational part of the economy. At the same time, the water intensity of the economy is declining, and we've seen, there's the ability to use less water and generate more economic output. So, this isn't to say water reliability isn't important, but we should put it in context.
Do you agree that investments in water management infrastructure are important to ensure reliable water supplies?
Um, when those investments are cost effective and wise, absolutely.
Okay, let's move to page 5, please. Headlines 24 through 25. Great. So at 24 and 25 on page 5. You mentioned there's no evidence regarding the affordability of sites and its impacts on taxpayers and ratepayers, correct?
I did not see any, and I asked others and they had not seen any either.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the ultimate decision to move forward with the sites project does not necessarily lie with the authority board itself?
You're talking about the sites with
Yes.
JPA?
Yes.
Well, I mean, they're one of many entities that would have to approve the project, right?
So you're aware that the decision to move forward in part will lie with the storage partners, which are the group of 22 public water agencies, as well as the state and federal government?
In part, I think that's correct, yeah.
And is it your understanding that at least with respect to the ratepayers for the public water, excuse me, yes, is it your understanding that at least with respect to the ratepayers for the public water purveyors, that they're represented by boards of directors generally?
Not always well, but I mean, yeah, I mean, there's boards of directors that make those decisions. And sometimes they make decisions that are harmful to ratepayers.
Would you generally say that these boards have discretion then to determine whether to continue investing in the sites project?
Yes, they do.
Okay. In this respect, at least within these 22 agencies, the ratepayers will be represented, correct, by those board of directors in making a decision about sites. Is that correct?
Yes, as board of directors will consider the ratepayer impacts.
And so the ratepayers will have an opportunity to engage with those respective boards on information regarding economic feasibility, correct?
I don't know how those boards will make their decisions or conduct their business.
Well, do you generally believe that the public, as public water agencies, they're required to engage with the public and receive public comment?
Well, yes,
Objection, vague legal conclusion, but go
Yeah.
ahead.
I mean, sort
Dave,
of,
Mr. Ferguson, actually, can you be a
Yeah.
little more specific in that question?
Do you anticipate that the ratepayers within the service areas of the 22 public water purveyors that are participating in the sites project will have an opportunity to engage with their boards of directors regarding economic feasibility?
I have no knowledge of that.
Okay.
I don't believe there's a requirement that the boards engage with their ratepayers or provide, such analysis to them.
But you just spoke with respect to the board of directors obligations, correct?
Yeah,
I'm
I mean,
asking
I
you.
don't know specific. I mean, the board of directors have make decisions of whether to invest or not. The public is clearly, we've seen, my testimony speaks to the evidence of rising water rates and public concerns about cost of living, which is attributed to decisions that are made, by a variety of boards, including these water boards. And so anyway, I'm getting off of the track of your question. So I'll stop.
I'm finished with those questions.
All right.
On page 6 of your testimony, lines 16 through 17, you mentioned that the $875 million Proposition 1 award to the sites project would be added to the state's heavy general obligation debt burden, correct?
Yes.
And according to Exhibit FOR 95, the state's current bond debt is approximately 78 billion. Is that correct?
If that's what the exhibit states, I believe that's correct, but
Okay.
I don't know that number offhand.
Well, maybe it'd be helpful to bring it up for a second. Can we bring up FR 95? Which I believe is cited there in paragraph 11, correct?
Yes, it is.
And then scroll down. Well, can I ask you this, Dr. Michael? Can you review this document quickly and confirm what the current bond debt is approximately?
There's a lot of information in that, so I
Well,
don't.
can we scroll
I
down?
can confirm that I believe the information there is accurate as of October 2023.
Okay.
I was relying on a specific table in it that
Yeah.
looked at per capita debt to make a good comparison of the burden on Californians compared to other states.
Okay. Can we scroll down to the next page? Oh, a few more pages. Just a second. I'll get the page. So can we go to PDF page 7? Dr. Michael, on PDF page 7 of FOR 95 and figure 11, does it indicate that, at least as of June 30th, 2023, the state's general fund bond debt was about, general fund supported bond debt was about 78 billion?
Yes.
Okay.
Outstanding bonds. Yes.
Okay. And Proposition 1 will add approximately 7.2 billion to that debt, correct?
If all those, if all the authorized bonds are issued, yes. Most
Okay.
of Prop 1, I think, is in the second column at this time.
So Proposition 1, if all those bonds are issued for the full 7.2 million, would add slightly less than 1% to the state's total bond debt, correct?
10%, right? Did you say 7 billion and it's outstanding is 78? So that's closer to 10%.
No, just under 10%. Yeah, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And in your opinion, is that additional percentage unreasonable or something you believe that the state taxpayers cannot manage?
It's you know, you have to look at the value generated by them and determine whether they're reasonable investments or not. I mean, you just can't answer that question by saying 10 billion that is, less than 10% of the total.
Do you have a general sense of the state's track record in terms of meeting its bond debt obligations?
Yeah, and I have no doubt it will meet those bond debt obligations. It will make the payments, and the money necessary to make the payments will not be available to other budget priorities that the people of California might have.
Let's go back to your testimony, please, at FOR 14. At page 8. So I'm going to ask you some questions about your opinions about the O&M cost issue with respect to allocation to the state. At lines 6 through 10, you state that the authority incorrectly assumes that the state's Proposition 1 award creates an obligation to the state to pay sites O&M costs, correct?
That's what I wrote, yes.
And you cite as evidence of that, and I think you mentioned this in your presentation, a statement in the authority's 2023 draft plan of finance that states that, quote, O&M costs are expected to be allocated to participants, including the state and federal partners, correct?
Correct.
And the finance plan uses the term allocated, correct?
Yes.
And use of the term allocated could mean that the O&M costs will be assigned to the state, but that doesn't mean that the state is necessarily obligated to pay the O&M from the bond funds, correct?
Well, they're not obligated to pay them from the bond funds. No, I don't believe they're allocated. All I'm saying is that their plan of finance expects the state to pay this through sources that are not the bond funds, because the Prop 1 award is already in the capital costs.
Okay, yeah, we'll get to that in a second, but
Yeah.
your concerns, as you express them related to this issue, are with the authority's representations, correct?
Yes, I'm concerned with the authorities' representation, and that they're they're have written an expectation of that this funding will be available in their feasibility analysis, thereby reducing the cost burden on their participants, or the projected cost burden.
Well, I just want to ask you again, so use of the term allocated, for example, in the feasibility plan is not the same as stating that sites believes that the state has an obligation to pay those from the bond funds, correct?
I think those they say that they are I don't know, Mr. Ferguson. I guess I think you're the definition of words here. I mean, in their plan, they say that they are expected to be allocated to participants. They've made calculations in their feasibility study that assumes that the state is providing that funding.
But in those studies, it could also be that they're allocating the cost to the state's portion of public benefits, correct? For accounting purposes, is that correct?
No, I don't think that that's correct.
Why is it not correct?
Well, my understanding is that the state's public benefit funding from Prop 1 is for capital costs. They already have that full award shown for capital costs in the plan.
But we're talking about allocation of the O&M costs, correct?
We are.
Okay. Can we bring up sites 004, and this is the 2021 feasibility report? And then turn to page 71. Is this may be PDF? Now, can we turn to page 71, please? I don't believe this is it. Yeah, it's under section 6.4.3. Okay, very nice.
What do you, Mr. Ferguson, what generally are you looking for? Section 6.4.3?
Yes.
So I think maybe if we continue scrolling down from here after these tables, I could be wrong.
There we go.
Okay.
Right, Dr. Michael, are you familiar with this section 6.4.3 and its description of the O&M cost allocation issue?
Most likely. I mean, I don't recall it specifically, but I've likely reviewed it before I prepared this testimony.
Okay, well, the second paragraph under 6.4.3 states that OM&R costs for each purpose have been assigned entirely to their beneficiary, correct?
Yes, that's what it states.
And then it continues by stating that this assumption is most relevant for the 3.5 million annual OM&R cost assigned to the combined state public benefits, and that WISIP funding cannot be used to pay for these future OM&R costs, correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And that as a result, other funding sources would instead have to be used to meet their OMR obligations, correct?
Correct.
And then finally, it continues by stating that there are ongoing discussions regarding OM&R costs that are anticipated to be incurred by the delivery of public benefits to the state and how to equitably cover this expense, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So based on these statements on page 71, is it your understanding that the authority recognizes that Proposition 1 funding cannot be used to pay the state share of the OMR costs?
Yes.
Okay. And that there are ongoing discussions regarding OM&R costs for delivery of public benefits and how to equitably pay for those benefits?
See, and this is where there's a trick. I mean, the public benefits have been assessed and funded through Prop 1 funding. Now, I mean, because the Prop 1 funds can only be used for capital costs, you know, there isn't some category of benefit that the public hasn't paid for through its Prop 1 grant. I mean, the authority in other documents recognize, this is talking about things as a share of storage, right? The Prop 1 funding did not provide fund for capital funds that were just public benefits associated with the construction of the project. It was associated with the construction and operation of the project. Those funds are to be used for the capital costs.
Okay, I want to back up a bit. I understand your opinion in part about this issue is that the authority has incorrectly suggested that the state is obligated to pay O&M costs for its share of the public benefits. Is that an
That's
opinion?
my interpretation.
Okay.
Yeah, my interpretation is that the state has already paid those, uh, uh, paid for that, and I mean that's incorporated in the Prop 1 funding as their assessment of the public benefits from building and operating the project.
Based on the language in page 71 here, do you still hold the opinion that sites is assuming that the state is obligated to pay the OM&R costs for its share of the public benefits
I mean,
from the Prop 1 funds?
their financial plan assumes, no, not that they will pay it from the Prop 1 funds, that will be paid from some other source. And that's a problem with their financial plan. No source has been identified.
Well, let's talk about that potential other source. On pages 9 and 10 of your testimony, which is FOR 14, and we can go back to that. You characterize Executive Director Jerry Brown's statement that, quote, the state could use some of their water to generate revenue to support costs of their O&M share, unquote, as an alarming statement. Is that correct?
I did interpret that as an alarming statement.
Okay. Are you aware that as early as August 2017, the authority indicated that the state's share of O&M costs can be provided from revenues generated from sales of Prop 1 water after that water has achieved its Prop 1 benefits?
I'm not aware of that. No.
Okay. Can we please bring up one of the documents I sent to the AHO's office earlier this morning? It's AHO, excuse me, it's called Executive Summary.
And we'll see if we can get a number for it too. So this will be sites 287.
Okay. Great. And can we scroll up, please? I was trying to make it so the date is visible here and the title.
Is the date at the very top?
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I've got an issue here. That's on my end. Yes. So Dr. Michael, I'll represent to you that this is an August 2017 document that was prepared by the authority related to its water storage investment program application. Have you seen this document before?
I don't think so.
Okay. Can we turn to page 16, please? And then the very left-hand column, do you see a section titled Annual Costs?
Yes.
Can you take a minute to read that paragraph, please?
Can they blow it up a little? It's a bit fuzzy on my screen.
I sure can't read it.
All right. Now I can. Thank you. Okay, I read it.
Great. So based on this passage on page 16 of Cites 287, is it your understanding that the authority has long held the position that after it has achieved its Proposition 1 purpose, Proposition 1 water could be sold to generate revenue for the state's portion of O&M costs attributable to providing public benefits?
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable conclusion from this document.
Okay. And turning back to your testimony at page 9 in paragraph 18, it's FOR 14. Within this paragraph, Dr. Michael, you indicate that Mr. Brown's statement threatens to upend environmental impacts and public interest of the proposal, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So do you have any reason to believe that the water that the state plans to use to create the fish food benefits in the YOLO bypass, which would be funded by the Proposition 1 funds, could not serve that purpose and then be sold to other participants to generate revenue to pay the state's share of O&M costs?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
But do you have any opinion about whether that would be possible or not? Or do you have an opinion about whether that couldn't happen?
I have no opinion that it couldn't happen.
So assuming that could happen, the Proposition 1 water would achieve its environmental purposes in that sort of an operation, correct?
Presumably, yes.
Okay. And it would presumably generate revenue to pay for O&M costs, correct?
In that scenario, yes.
Are you aware that one condition of Proposition 1 funding is that the project applicant execute contracts for the administration of public benefits with the state agencies responsible for administering those benefits?
Yes.
Okay. And then are you aware for the sites project that the authority will be executing a contract with the California Department of Water Resources for the flood damage reduction and recreation benefits for the project?
I'm not aware of that detail.
Okay. Well, let me back up more generally. You acknowledge you're aware that a funding recipient needs to execute a contract with the state agency administering the public benefits, correct?
Yeah, I've read that.
Okay. And is it reasonable to assume that those state agencies that will execute the contracts with the authority would only execute agreements that are consistent with the law concerning expenditures of general obligation bond funds?
Yes, it's reasonable to believe.
Okay. So your suggestion well, let me just ask, on page 11 of your testimony, lines 20 through 24, you suggest the need for the State Water Board to impose some terms and conditions concerning the O&M cost issue, correct? On the authority water right permit.
Yes, that's what I wrote.
Well, given your answers about your expectations with respect to to whether a state agency is likely to execute a contract that would somehow violate general obligation bond law, do you think, oh, excuse me, there doesn't need to be terms and conditions in the permit, correct? Let me state that again. That was kind of a mess. So you just concluded that you would expect the state agencies that are administering the public benefits for the sites project would not execute agreements that would somehow violate general obligation bond law, correct?
Correct.
So your suggestion that there needs to be terms to address this issue is unnecessary, right?
I would not draw that conclusion at this time. I may not have the perfect terms suggested here. What I'll concede is that I do not that there may be ways to generate revenue that I did not anticipate here, and then I'm not expert in that. I'm going on the feasibility report, so it was unclear what the source of the funding was in those. And
Okay.
so, it would be good for a financial plan to identify that the JPA is responsible for those costs if, in the case that state funds weren't available or weren't able to be generated in some other way. So,
Okay, I'm going to try my question again. I may get an exception here, but
okay.
I'm
All
not
right.
sure I got a clear answer.
No, you didn't.
Well, it's probably how I phrased the question. So
Mm.
your suggestion on page 11 at lines 20 through 24, that there needs to be terms and conditions in the authority's water right that state there is no state obligation to pay O&M costs is unnecessary. Isn't that correct?
Oh, due to the Proposition 1 grant. I think I think that might be a reasonable conclusion. The full sentence where it says due to the Proposition 1 grant, like you were saying, that the state would engage in something that's contrary to that. So,
Okay. And further, your suggestion that the board approve a term that environmental water may not be sold to generate funding for O&M and other sites costs would eliminate the potential for such water to be sold after it serves its purpose, correct?
I think that would be an interpretation of that wording. Yeah.
And couldn't such a term compromise the economic feasibility of the project?
If written in that way, it appears that would preclude, what you, the sources you described in that 2017 document. Yes.
Okay. Ms. Kinsey, I know we've been going for a while here. I'm fine to continue, but I'd also offer to stop for a few minutes. We want to take a break. So
We'll give Dr. Michael a break for we'll go ahead and do a 10-minute break and Ms. Cott, and come back at 2:27.
thank you.
Thank you.
Aaron, before we get started, do you have any sense of how much longer you have, just so we can let Eli know? You're muted. You're on mute.
Maybe 45 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes probably.
Ms. Cott, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I'm all set, thanks.
Great, thanks. And welcome back, everyone. And sounds like it was good. We started with Dr. Michael after lunch. All right, back to you, Mr. Ferguson.
Dr. Michael, on page 12 of your testimony at lines 7 through 8, you state that financial feasibility also requires that the benefits for each project participant exceeds their allocated costs, correct?
Yes, that's how what the term means.
Can you explain that real quickly? When you say which term?
Financial feasibility.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And so you suggest that the authority financial feasibility analysis prepared for the Water Commission should have disaggregated benefits and costs for each JPA participant, correct?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that the reference to JPA participants in the feasibility analysis refers to the entities that will receive a water supply from the site's project?
Yes.
Exclusive of the state and federal projects, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And is it your understanding that distribution of funding under the Water Storage Investment Program is governed by statute and regulations adopted by the California Water Commission?
Yes.
Do you agree that within these statutes and regulations, there is not a provision that mandated the authority disaggregate its findings by JPA participant?
I have no
Objection
knowledge
to the
of
extent of,
that.
go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying I have no knowledge of that. I'm speaking in just to what the term financial feasibility generally means.
So you further discuss the benefit valuation approach that the authority used for two of the JPA participants, the Metropolitan Water District and Zone 7, correct?
Yes.
And you suggest that there was a problem with that unique approach for those two entities because the positive benefit cost ratio that the feasibility analysis found was only attributable to what you call a boost given to MWD in Zone 7, correct?
Correct.
Do you agree that the California Water Commission's regulations specify that an applicant shall refer to what was called the technical reference document to select the quote most appropriate method unquote for quantifying benefits for the project?
Objection, legal conclusion.
Well, we can bring are you aware of that provision in the regulations that speak to that issue, Dr. Michael?
I'm not aware of that specific provision.
Excuse me.
Are you aware of whether these regulations provide that an applicant may select a method not included in the technical reference if the method is scientifically sound and appropriate for the project and adequately documented?
Same objection.
Are you familiar with whether the regulations specify that?
I'm not familiar with that specific term, but that would be a kind of a common term.
Okay. So are you aware of any provision in the statute or the relevant regulations that prohibited the authority from selecting a method unique
No, I'm not
to
aware of that.
metropolitan and zone 7?
I'm not aware of that. No.
You further state that if JPA participants were evaluated individually as they should be, since each participant will be making its own final decision about participation, that the sites project would have failed the financial feasibility test, correct?
I think that's an inference that I drew from the information provided. Yeah. I think it's likely. I mean, yes. I'm not trying to be evasive. I'm just saying that the information was only provided on an aggregate basis. There was an explanation of two participants using higher values, and those participants had relatively large shares. And so it's sort of an inference that for the other participants, given the very thin benefit cost ratio, that the other participants, if evaluated individually, would have costs that exceed their benefits.
I think you just acknowledged that the authority's water storage investment program economic feasibility analysis was subject to certain statutory and regulatory requirements, correct?
Yes.
Objection is,
Okay.
sorry. Go ahead. I misunderstood that. My apologies.
Is it possible that each sites participant may use different criteria than that used for the water storage investment program in making its own final decision about benefits and costs associated with participation in the sites project?
Yes.
Okay. And with different criteria than that set forth for the water storage investment program, could each participant find that its participation in the sites project is financially feasible?
It's possible.
We turn to page 13, please. Is this page 13? Excuse me. Yes, okay, thank you. Yeah. So in paragraph 25, excuse me, Dr. Michael, you state that rice is the most common crop grown in the Sacramento Valley and sees the greatest acreage decline during droughts and is therefore the most likely crop to be supported by Sites Reservoir, correct?
Correct.
Is it possible that rice sees the greatest acreage decline during droughts because it is an annual crop?
Yes.
Is it possible that during drought, growers want to apply their limited supplies to permanent crops?
Yes.
Are you aware that within the service areas of sites agricultural members in the Sacramento Valley, there are significant acreages of permanent crops?
Yes.
So is it possible that growers may use their sites project water on permanent crops to ensure the long-term livelihood of the crop, even if the short-term economics for the permanent crop are not favorable?
Yes.
We turn to page 14, please. At lines 21 through 26. You generally state that a look at the current long-range plans for the Metropolitan Water District and San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water District is insightful to the question of whether the municipal water agencies participating in sites need the water, correct?
Yes.
And as evidence for your claim that Metropolitan's projected water yield from the sites project exceeds its needs, you refer to the climate adaptation master plan for water, correct?
Yes.
And you indicate that Metropolitan's urban water management plan demand projections closely follow scenario C in that climate adaptation master plan, correct?
Yes, I believe that's true.
Could we just move to the next page? I think that's the testimony Mr. Ferguson's referring to. In this
It is,
paragraph.
yes, thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, and this is in lines 5 through 15.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yes. See, sometimes I get the letters mixed up.
So within these lines 5 through 15, you indicate that according to the Climate Adaptation Master Plan Year 1 Progress Report, the projected need for additional supply over the next 20 years is 50,000 acre feet without additional storage and 15,000 acre feet with 100,000 acre feet of storage, correct?
Yes.
So based on this, you also state that sites is projected to supply 50,000 acre feet of water to Metropolitan and provide additional storage, and thus sites investment alone would exceed its projected needs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can we please bring up the document that I emailed that's labeled Camp 4W Year 1 Progress Report?
I apologize for interjecting. Is that different than FOR 108, which is titled the same?
I believe it is. I believe Dr. Michael had a related document. I'm going to the actual report.
And then I'm looking to my team, is this going to be sites 288?
Yes, site's 288.
Great, thank you.
Dr. Michael, in preparing your testimony that we're discussing here on page 15, did you review this Year 1 progress report?
It looks like my citations to a draft year one progress report, so this is a different report. This is a final report, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we turn to page 1-5, please? And can we blow that up a little bit, please? And can we scroll up a bit? So, Dr. Michael, I'm looking at the text and table 1 in the upper left-hand corner on page 15 here on sites 288. Does that it look familiar?
Yeah, I think I used the draft report, but it looks like it's the same table.
Okay, great. So isn't it true that table 1 on page 15 shows that with 500,000 acre feet of new storage, Metropolitan would still need 15,000 acre feet of core supply?
That's what the table says, yes.
Okay. And as you indicated, sites is estimated to supply Metropolitan Water District with a storage allocation. Excuse me, let me start again. You have indicated that sites is estimated to supply MWD with storage yield of approximately 50,000 acre feet, correct? On an average annual basis.
An average annual water yield of 50,000 acre feet, I believe, is what I saw in the documents. Yeah.
Okay. And is it your understanding that each site's participant has contracted for an amount of storage allocation that is larger than the yield they're anticipated to receive on an average annual basis?
Yes.
And are you aware of what Metropolitan's contracted storage allocation is anticipated to be?
I don't remember that figure.
Can we bring up AHO 5 and turn to page 10? And then we'll come back to this table, please. Dr. Michael, on page 10 of AHO 5, in table 5, it contains a sites reservoir participation summary, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed a table with this type of information?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And do you see the row that states Metropolitan Water District of Southern California in the middle of the table?
Yes.
And the second column the middle column shows that the average annual yield, as you've indicated, would be 50,000 acre feet, correct?
Correct.
And the table also indicates that in order to realize that yield, Metropolitan would need to secure a storage allocation of approximately 311,000 acre feet, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So can we return to sites 288? And And I'm going to look at table 1 again, Dr. Michael.
Hmm.
So if we assume that table 1, quote unquote, storage is speaking to storage capacity, then with a site storage capacity or allocation of 311,700 acre feet, Metropolitan would need 15,000 acre feet of core supply, correct?
I mean, I'm actually not sure how to interpret the site storage capacity here. I mean, I think, again, I'm not involved in metropolitan planning, but when they say if we build this much storage, they might be referring to local storage within metropolitan. And so I'm not sure if, their analysts would consider that 311,000 acre feet in sites to be, substitutable for this.
Well, you used this table to offer an opinion about whether Metropolitan needs sites water. Is that correct?
Yes, right. So
So what was your, sorry to interrupt.
no, I mean, with zero storage, they say that they need 50,000 acre feet in additional core supply, and then that at 100,000 acre feet of storage, it decreases to 15. They haven't drawn out the full curve here. So, uh, I believe the site storage allocation is storage. I'm just not sure that, their engineers would interpret that as equivalent to storage they have. They might have been thinking about local storage projects here. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I wouldn't take that 300 and move down to that table here and assume that you just read over to the right. I'm just asserting that it does add to their storage capacity. So presumably they would need less of a core supply than 50,000 acre feet, but I have no knowledge of exactly what that number would be.
Okay, but with the storage allocation, assuming this table speaks to storage
Mm-hmm.
like a sites project,
Yeah.
And if we use the metropolitan storage allocation, the anticipated storage allocation of 311,000 acre feet,
Mm-hmm.
then metropolitan is still anticipating that it would need 15,000 acre feet of core supply, correct?
Yes.
And if we use the 50,000 acre foot yield that Metropolitan is expecting on an annual average basis from sites, Metropolitan is projecting a need for core supply. It looks like somewhere between 15 and 50,000 probably, correct?
Yeah, most likely.
So based on table 1 and the numbers we just walked through, Metropolitan's investment in sites would not exceed its projected needs under scenario C, correct? Because it still anticipates a need for core supply with additional storage.
I'm not sure that that's correct.
Why not? I'm asking solely based on the numbers we're looking at in this table and the stipulation that sites storage is the type of storage that Metropolitan was contemplating, where it says if we
Right.
build this much storage.
Right.
So given the numbers that we just walked through, they both indicate that Metropolitan's investment in sites would not exceed its projected needs under scenario C, correct?
I don't think so. I mean, it shows its projected need is 50,000 acre feet with 0 storage. And sites would provide 50,000 acre feet on an average annual basis and storage. So,
Well, the legend up above the table distinguishes storage from core supply, correct?
I'm gonna object
yes.
Vegas to core supply, just that it's written in the
Well,
document.
can we
That's
scroll
all,
up?
but,
Yeah, it's not visible right now. I'm sorry. There, I'll start again. There, Dr. Michael, in the legend above the table, there are 3 unique categories of supply identified, correct?
Yes.
And storage is different from core supply, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that sites will provide storage and not core supply?
No, I would not agree with that.
Why is that?
Because sites is not just, it's not, I believe the annual average supply is new supply. It's taking, it's storing water in a wet year that would not currently be available to wet year to Metropolitan or these participants, and providing new supply in dry years. So, I mean, I suppose you could differ in the sense that it's not. So I think it both provides new supply and storage. I don't think it's exclusive of one another. I may be incorrect, but that's my interpretation of the table.
Well, can we read the definition of storage? Do you see where it indicates that storage converts core supply into flexible supply because I'll just leave it at that. You see where it says that storage converts core supply into flexible supply?
Mhm. I mean, I think it's possible. I think it's possible that one might interpret this table that site storage isn't the kind of storage that they are talking about here, and that it's, as I said, like I said, I don't know that they would do a one-to-one comparison. I think it's possible that I might interpret it to be core supply, but not storage, not the other way around.
Well, I thought we had stipulated to assuming that the storage suggested in table 1 in the left-hand column excuse me, I thought we'd stipulated that the sites project fits within the storage contemplated for the purposes of the questions I'm asking you.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure about that. I believe that that's kind of an engineering question that I'm not sure of. I mean, the 50,000 acre feet of annual average water yield is a new supply that would not be available, in the absence of the uh, sites project. So I think that that's clearly um, an annual average water supply.
That supply is only realized because of storage, correct?
Yeah, because of sites reservoir storing water in a wet year. I
Okay.
mean, I mean, that's not something they would receive now. That's different than, say, storage that might, you get the storage they might have locally in Southern California, and they had a good year where they got a lot of water through the state water project and stored it locally.
Can we assume that storage, as the term is used in table 1 in the left-hand column, encompasses sites project storage for some questions I would like to ask you?
Um, yeah, I think that that's probably fair. Again, I'm just sort of dispute that I'm not sure that it'd be interesting to ask the engineer whether they consider the storage to be the kind of storage they're contemplating there. So I don't.
Well, so assuming that site storage fits within the definition of storage that's used here,
Mhm.
doesn't it indicate that Metropolitan's investment would not exceed its projected needs under scenario C, because even with site storage, they're still going to need core supply.
I'm going to object. We've got an incomplete hypothetical here. We're assuming that sites counts for storage, but that the deliveries from sites don't count for core supply. Like if we want to put up those constraints explicitly and all of them, he can ask the question.
Sure.
But if we're going to assume both, let's make that clear for the record as to how we are including or excluding the water.
Okay, I don't think we need to make that additional assumption, because if we assume it's storage, then it's automatically flexible supply under their definition.
I'm gonna object to an incomplete hypothetical. How Mr. Ferguson interprets the chart is maybe not the same as how it was meant or how the witness or I do.
Okay.
Let's be clear about what's included and what's not if we're going to count this up.
Okay. So I think we're going to stipulate that the sites project fits within the definition of storage that's contemplated here. Okay.
Mhm.
Dr. Michael.
Okay.
And assuming that sites storage fits within the definition of storage, then Metropolitan would classify that as flexible supply, correct?
Objection,
I mean, I
speculation.
think you're really asking me kind of engineering questions. That's not my interpretation of it at all. I actually think the site's water supply is a flexible supply can be drawn on as needed basis, and I don't think actually they do have the ability to draw on site supply on an as needed basis.
I'm
So
just asking you to work with the words that are in these definitions that we're looking at that relate to table 1. Do you understand that?
yeah.
I'm not asking you to think about this from an engineering perspective. If the definition of storage here states that it's the capability to save water supply to meet demands at a later time. It converts core supply into flexible supply and evens out variability in supply and demand, correct? Is that what it says?
That's what it says.
So assuming that storage converts core supply to flexible supply, then storage can't be core supply, correct?
Objection vague.
I think my response was, I'm not sure that the site storage completely fits the definition of storage that's here.
I thought we had stipulated that it does. And that's so for the hypothetical, I'm asking, can we assume that it does?
No, I'm not sure that you can. I mean, this definition of, as you say, converts it into flexible supply, which can be drawn on an as needed basis, so that, um,
Okay, I'd like to pose the hypothetical again. We'll try this one more time.
okay.
I mean, Mr. Ferguson, I think the problem here is we can't have both a hypothetical and Sykes reservoir. It's either a complete hypothetical about a hypothetical reservoir that fits this. Uh, there seems like a philosophical problem here that fits this description, or we're talking about Sykes reservoir, which may or may not fit this description.
Okay.
We can try again, but I'm not sure we're going to get anywhere.
Okay, based on the definition of storage, Dr. Michael,
Mhm.
do you have any reason to believe that sites does not fit the definition of storage?
Objection asked and answered. He's explained why it may or may not fit several times.
I'm going to allow just to give us one more chance here, but go ahead, Dr. Michael.
It's not, I mean, sites is clearly storing water as a storage facility, but it's not clear to me that it's the type of storage that's anticipated here.
Because why?
Because because this seems to describe like a local supply of water that could be sort of drawn on at any time as needed there, and I'm not sure that that is the case for the site's storage. It may be you. I'm not. I'm not sure of that. I'm more confident. I do believe that the 50,000 acre feet meets the um, it meets the definition of water supply.
Do you mean it meets the definition of core supply?
Well, if I can't see that right now, but that was my interpretation.
So if we assume that the site's storage project meets the definition of storage and that the site's project that members of the site's project can withdraw water on an as needed basis, do you agree that storage can't be core supply?
Objection, vague, incomplete hypothetical.
I mean, I can explain how I interpreted this. All right, I interpreted the 50,000 acre feet as core supply, so it's satisfying the need in the absence of whether sites provided storage. I believe, it also because that's a new water supply to Metropolitan. Okay. I believe it also does provide some storage capacity, but as I said, there's sort of engineering details that I'm not knowledgeable of how that would compare on a capacity basis, a site's reservoir that's, on the other side of the state compared to a local storage that Metropolitan would develop itself near its point of use. So I believe it would contribute something to storage. It's just not one to one. So I conclude that it exceeds what is needed in IRP scenario C in a single project. That was my interpretation of this table.
But that's assuming that the 50,000 acre feet is core supply, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay.
It gives an example here of conservation. Demand reduction through conservation counts as core supply. So I certainly think the site's water would count as core supply if conservation would.
Okay. I'd like to return to your testimony, page 14. At line 26 through 15 at line 3. Dr. Michael, you state that MWD and San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water Districts investments in sites will crowd out investment in conservation and alternative supplies, correct?
Yes.
So with respect to San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water District, table 5.8 of FOR 109, which you cite in your testimony, indicates that San Bernardino Valley investment sites will not crowd out alternative supplies, correct?
That table shows investment in alternative supplies and investment in sites at a smaller level than it currently, but at the level that they were at when the document was produced. But no, it does not say that it doesn't crowd it out. It doesn't show anything about what the investment in alternative supplies would be without sites.
But if San Bernardino Valley is contemplating needing sites and the alternative supplies, then in San Bernardino Valley's determination, it must need all those supplies, right? Such that
I
it's,
don't think the table shows a need. It shows this is their anticipated supply and their anticipated demand. The table shows a buffer capacity to provide reliability, and then it shows water supplies substantially in excess of that.
but when you say that sites would crowd out alternative supplies,
Mm-hmm.
don't you need evidence that San Bernardino Valley is planning for sites project and none of those alternative supplies that you have in mind?
No,
Well, then how do you reach the opinion that sites would crowd out alternative supplies? What's the evidence for that?
the evidence for that is the term meaning that it crowds out is a acknowledgement that there is a limited budget capacity and capacity in its ratepayers. And that when you invest in when you invest resources in one water supply, you have fewer resources to invest in others. Saying that it would crowd out is just an acknowledgement of the budget constraints.
Do you have any reason to believe that San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water District would include supplies in its urban water management plan that it doesn't believe it can implement in the future?
No, I guess what I'm saying is that we're talking about a table. I mean, if there was no sites water project, if their estimation was they needed that level of water supply, then they would have the potential to invest more in alternatives to achieve that same water supply.
But you have no evidence that San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water District won't be able to fund the supplies that it's anticipating, or that it's the retail agencies in its service area are anticipating, that are reflected in table 5.8, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Mr. Soderlund, do you have questions for Dr. Michael?
Yeah, I do.
Please, go ahead.
If we could get, I'm laughing because I would like to bring up that table one that we just so painfully, and by no one's fault, but painfully kind of walked through. I have one question that maybe might be helpful. I don't know what the exhibit is. It's sites 288, table one.
Sounds like Ms. Mullen remembers.
There, appreciate it. That's it.
Mhm.
And I believe,
Let
just for the record, oh, I guess we have the video, but I believe this is sites 288.
Great.
Go.
And for the record, my name is, and for Miss Dr. Michael, my name is Eric Soderlund. I represent the Department of Water Resources. So let me see if I can ask a question, and I'll just try it once. But here's the question: is would your testimony that Metropolitan does not need the site's water change if it is considered storage and not course, and the water supply not course supply that comes from sites?
I wouldn't say the conclusion that it doesn't need the state. I made the statement that it exceeds that the one project exceeds the need. Um, and so if you use that set of definition, that specific definition said, this is storage, it's not core supply. I don't agree with that, but if that was the definition, then I think my statement that it exceeds in that this single project exceeds its need um, um, would be incorrect. The statement that it doesn't need, or whether or not it needs sites is a much larger statement, because the Metropolitan has many alternatives available to meet this water supply need.
Great. And then in discussing, I don't know if we need to bring up, I mean, maybe just for reference, we can bring up FOR 14, your testimony. And I'm looking at, it's page 15 of the testimony. I apologize. I don't know what the PDF number is. But it's in line with that table, but also the estimate of needs or water supply needs into the future. And my question is do you know how far out these projections for water supply needs go?
In the integrated urban water management plans?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of them go out to 2040. I do, and I referred to population projections that go out to 2060. And going out beyond that, we actually have projections of declining population and long run projections. But in terms of these urban water management plans, I think 2040 is
And is your
that's what I
understanding
cited.
apologies. Is it your understanding that the site's reservoir will be operating? Is it reasonable to presume that the site's reservoir will be operating past 2040?
Yes. If built.
And so is it possible that the projections of need past 2040 may change?
Yes.
I think that's it for water supply. I would like to go back to the your testimony regarding the polling, the PPIC polling. I don't know if we have to have the testimony in front. I'll try to. We can bring it up if needed, but I'll try to phrase my questions. But I'd like to understand the weight that that maybe you're proposing to put on a polling. So I know Mr. Ferguson asked you some questions with regard to public interest, but is it your testimony that public interest can be defined by a poll that shows what the public is interested in?
I believe that it is an indicator of public interest. Public interest is a very broad term, but it is an indicator of public interest.
So is it your testimony that if the public interest, as demonstrated by a poll, is not interested in drought or water supply planning, that water agencies should not indeed plan for droughts or water supply?
No, and that's not the point of citing the survey.
What is the point of citing the survey?
The point of citing the survey is that that cost effectiveness and ratepayer impacts are central to the public interest, and there should be evidence put forward about what the impacts of Sites Reservoir will be on ratepayers and taxpayers and economic evidence.
So your testimony, is it fair to characterize the purpose of your testimony with regard to the polling? Is that, sorry, I was going to go down a line that I'm fairly certain I would object to, so it's going to be pretty compound. Let me see if I can break it out. The public interest that you highlight as a result of that poll, is it the purpose of your testimony to show that it is interested in cost effectiveness? The public is interested in cost effectiveness?
Yes. Yeah, the public is interested in cost effectiveness. The public is interested in how much Sites Reservoir will impact water rates, will impact the state budget.
Is it your testimony that the public is not interested in the Sites Reservoir?
No, not at all. That's not my testimony. My testimony is that estimates of the impacts on ratepayers and cost effectiveness was absent from the information submitted to the board. And I believe it's a critical public interest issue.
I think that's it for me. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Soderlund. Ms. Alftenberg, do you have questions for Dr. Michael?
Good afternoon. This is Allison Mitchell with the Solicitor's Office. On behalf of Reclamation, we don't have questions at this time. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Mandel-Rice.
Thank you. We do have questions.
Please, go ahead.
Hello, Dr. Michael. My name is Jenna Mandel-Rice, and I represent the state water contractors. I'd like to start with paragraph 27 of your testimony, if we could bring that up. And I recognize that you've talked at length with Mr. Ferguson about these paragraphs, so I will attempt to avoid duplication of his questions, but forgive me if I ask you to just repeat a few things you've already said.
Okay.
In paragraph 27, and I think it's actually on page 15, so the second half, you state that sites Reservoir will drive up water rates and increase affordability challenges for California households facing a cost of living crisis. In this paragraph, you're discussing really Metropolitan Water District and San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water District. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, as examples of agencies generally, though.
And have you personally performed any economic analysis of the affordability of sites Reservoir as opposed to other Metropolitan Water District water supply alternatives?
No.
And I'm sorry if you answered, I did not hear you answer.
Oh, I said no.
Okay, thank you.
I have not done
I didn't hear you. My apologies.
Okay.
And the same question with respect to San Bernardino Valley. Have you personally performed any economic analysis of the affordability of sites Reservoir as opposed to other water supply alternatives for San Bernardino Valley Municipal Water District?
No.
If we could go to paragraph 28. And again, you've talked at length about this. You state that the projected need for additional water supply by Metropolitan Water District over the next 20 years is 50,000 acre feet with additional storage and 15,000 acre feet with 100,000 acre feet of storage. And in this paragraph, I believe you cite to Friends of the River 108 for this proposition. Is that correct?
Yes.
I would like to go to Friends of the River 108 if possible. And this is more of a, all right, this is may be a difficult question for you to answer, but when I reviewed this document, I did not see any references to the figures previously discussed. And I'm wondering if you could provide a particular page citation to what you were looking at when you made those references.
If the page citation isn't in the, is it in there? I don't have a specific page citation, but I believe the table is identical to the one that Mr. Ferguson showed that was in the final report.
Okay, so it would be acceptable in this instance to go back to what's been marked as sites 288 and discuss that table.
I think so.
As the basis.
I believe they are the same.
Okay. I think in that case, it would be helpful to go to sites 288 and back to that table 1. Thank you. I believe the figures that you cite in paragraph 28 of your testimony would be derived right from IRP scenario C. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you see that there are several other scenarios that are listed in this table?
Yes.
And your analysis only speaks to scenario C. Is that correct?
Yes.
the conclusion that you reach that sites water exceeds the amount of Metropolitan Water District's needs would not hold true under IRP scenario D. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Are you aware of the process through which these IRP scenarios were developed?
I have some familiarity with the assumptions that underlie the scenarios.
Have you reviewed Metropolitan Water District's integrated resource plan?
Parts of it, and I've reviewed spreadsheets that had assumptions underlying some of these scenarios in the past.
But in this testimony, you do not reference the integrated resource plan or the integrated resource plan needs assessment. Is that correct?
I did not cite directly to those, no.
I'd like to go to, and I apologize, I probably don't have the PDF number, but it's the ES-7 of this document. Let me see if I can find you a PDF page number. I think it would be 11. I think it might help to zoom in just a bit on that kind of top portion of the, okay, great, if we could scroll up a little bit. And Dr. Michael, have you seen this table before?
I don't remember it specifically.
Just looking at this today, do you see it's the first line of text that says, below is a summary of the initial resource development targets and policy-based targets that will be expanded over the coming year? Do you see that sentence?
Which paragraph is that in?
And then in the table, you see a column that says resource-based targets.
Oh, yep.
And then under the category core supply, if you go over to the midterm column, do you see where it says that the target for resource-based core supply targets is to identify 300,000 acre feet for potential implementation by 2035?
I see that, yes.
And so your conclusion that Site's reservoir exceeds the amount of water that Metropolitan Water District would need would not hold true under this resource-based target.
Yeah, I believe this target is based on scenario D. And yeah, I mean scenario D is not a realistic scenario. I mean, I've reviewed those scenarios, and my recollection is scenario D anticipates something like 2 million new households in a relatively short order in Southern California, completely at odds with any reasonable projections of population. So it appears in this table someone's made a choice to follow scenario D. My testimony refers to scenario C, which tracks closely with the urban water management plan and projection of demand.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about that urban water management plan. I believe it's referenced as Sites 286. I apologize, Ms. Nolan, if I have that wrong. It was marked earlier today. And if we could go to, and let me just start with this, is this the urban water management plan that you were just referencing?
I believe so, yes.
And if we could go to ES6, which is page 46 of the PDF, that would be helpful. Oh, and you know what? That must not be correct on my numbering. And sorry, I think I might have the full document and this might not be the full document, but is there a way to find page ES6? I'll do my best to try to repaginate here as well.
Think we have it.
Okay, perfect. And under the headings, findings of the 2022 Urban Water Management Plan, towards, in the second paragraph, on the second line, do you see a statement that says it should be noted that Metropolitan's primary planning venue is its IRP, and that the scenario planning approach within its 2020 IRP is intended to extend Metropolitan's planning beyond single scenario outcomes like that shown within this UWMP?
Yes.
And so based on this statement, do you understand that Metropolitan uses its IRP as its primary planning venue?
Yes.
And do you understand that Metropolitan looks at multiple scenarios in its IRP?
Yes.
Are you generally familiar with Metropolitan Water District's water sources?
Generally, at a high level, yes.
Metropolitan's water sources include the State Water Project, correct?
Yes.
In water year 2021, do you know what percentage of State Water Project water allocation Metropolitan received?
I don't know the specific answer to that.
If I told you it was approximately 20%, does that seem about right to you?
Yes.
And in water year 2022, do you know what percentage of State Water Project water allocation Metropolitan received?
I don't know the specific number for that one either.
If I told you it was 5%, does that sound about right to you?
For 2022, that sounds plausible, yeah.
Are you also aware that the Colorado River is another source of water for Metropolitan Water District?
Yes.
And are you aware generally of the uncertainty regarding water supplies from the Colorado River?
Yes.
Are you aware that portions of Metropolitan service area cannot be served by the Colorado River?
I believe I'm aware of that. I believe I've heard there's portions that can't be served by the State Water Project too. I hesitated because I wasn't sure if I was mixing up the two at the time.
In paragraph 28 of your testimony, and I apologize, Ms. Mellon, if we could go back to his written testimony, that would be great. You state in paragraph 28 that sites is likely to crowd out investment in conservation and alternatives.
Mm-hmm.
I believe you talked about this with Mr. Ferguson, but can you refresh my memory of what you mean by crowd out?
What I mean by crowd out is that there's limited resources, limited financial resources available to invest in alternatives, and investing in one option uh, reduces the ability to invest in other options.
Have you done any analysis of the financial capability of Metropolitan Water District to pursue sites project as well as other projects?
I have, no, not specifically, no.
And are you aware that Metropolitan is considering, in addition to sites, conservation and other alternatives?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Busher, do you have any redirect for the witness for Dr. Michael?
I do.
Did you say you do? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I do not. I'm sorry.
You're not. Okay, great. Then with that, Dr. Michael, I appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for joining us, and you are now excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know we took a break before, but it may make sense to take another break now if we quickly. But then, are you prepared to call Mr. Asarian, right? He will be our last.
Mr. Mooney is, it looks like he's here, and I think I saw Mr. Asarian in the room, so I'll turn it back over to him.
Let's go ahead and take our last 10-minute break unless we have any. Does that sound good to you, Mr. Mooney?
No, I was just gonna say we're ready to go as soon as the break's over.
We are. Okay, great. Let's take a break. We'll be back at 3:50. See you then.
Thank you.
Ms. Cott, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
All set, thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Asarian, welcome back. Do you recall taking the oath previously in this proceeding?
I have not participated yet.
You have not been here yet. Why am I having a moment?
I'll be here later on the 21st.
I know you're here and then back, but for some reason I'm having, okay, excuse me. I will administer the oath. If you would please raise your right hand. Mr. Asarian, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please proceed, Mr. Mooney.
Mr. Asarian, could you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Joshua Eli Asarian.
And do you understand that you're under oath?
Yes.
And is Exhibit WCT-3 an accurate statement of your written testimony?
Yes.
And did you prepare that testimony?
Yes.
And are Exhibits WCT-1 and WCT-2 accurate statements of your qualifications?
Yes.
And are Exhibits WCT-4 through Exhibits WCT-55 true and correct copies of exhibits to your testimony and relied upon in your testimony?
Yes.
And is Exhibit WCT-56 an accurate summary of your testimony?
Yes.
And did you prepare that summary?
Yes.
Okay, would you please summarize your testimony then? And I guess if we could get Ms. Mullen, Exhibit WCT-56 up on the screen. Thank you. Go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. And can you put it in the slideshow mode, please, so it's in full screen? Great, thanks. So thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to speak today, Hearing Officer Kinsey and others. My testimony today is going to be on alternative water supplies for agriculture for the site's agricultural subscribers. Next slide, please. There'll be two primary themes in my testimony. One is reducing demand through efficiency and conservation, and the other is increasing groundwater storage using managed aquifer recharge. Next slide. And the agricultural water subscribers to sites are approximately 25% of the total subscriptions to the water. And of these, the vast majority are north of Delta. And so I'm going to be focusing on that Sacramento Valley area today. Next slide. So before we start talking about how to save water in agriculture, it's important that we all understand some basic concepts about agricultural water budgets and what happens to water once it goes into the irrigation system. Next slide. We can think of that water as having one of two potential fates. It's either consumed or it becomes a reusable return flow. Next slide. So, and then the consumptive uses, we can further break those down into unproductive wastes of water and productive uses of water. So unproductive, truly wasted water is things like water that leaves a sprinkler head and then it's blown away by the wind before reaching the crop or the soil. Or it's water that lands on the canopy of the crop and evaporates off and is not used by the plant. Or water that reaches the soil, but then evaporates from the soil instead of being used by the plant. So those are all just purely wasted water that is, goes up into the atmosphere and we can never use it for anything ever again. In contrast, then we have productive consumptive uses of water. And those are when the crop uptakes the water, it grows, it's producing food and forage and agricultural benefits. That's what we want to happen when we apply water to a field. Next slide. The return flows we can separate into reusable and non-reusable. And really that non-reusable portion is very small and almost even not applicable to this situation. We don't really have any salty groundwater areas, or there's not many of them. So we'll just ignore that. And so almost all of those return flows are reusable. So if there's excess water that is applied to a field, some of it maybe runs off the other side of the field and will return to the river or stream. We have other water that will infiltrate down and it will become groundwater recharge. And those are not, that water is not lost, right? It becomes flow for the river downstream, or a farmer can, or a city can pump it up later for irrigation or for domestic supply, whatnot. That water is not lost. So the excess water applied to one farm becomes a source for downstream farms and a source for the river. So if we want to save water at these large basin scales, like the whole Sacramento Valley, what we need to do is reduce that consumptive use. That's the only way to do it. We really don't gain much by driving down the reusable return flows. We want to save water. We really have to reduce that consumptive use. And the best way to do that is to focus first on driving down that unproductive wasted water, because that's water that is literally accomplishing no useful purpose. And then depending on how much water we need to save, we may need to also cut into the productive crop use of water, but we don't want to do that unless it's really necessary. I want to focus first on the unproductive waste. Next slide, please. So how do we drive down that unproductive consumptive use? The main way to do that is by modifying the irrigation technology and practices. There are other things that can be relevant at the margins, like crop management, soil management, mulching, affecting the microclimate through things like adding windbreaks. But really, the main thing here to focus on is irrigation. Next slide, please. So there's a great review paper by Jovanovic et al. 2023 that looked at pretty comprehensive review of the literature on these unproductive consumptive uses, and they concluded that there's almost always less than 20% of the water. So it's not like by reducing these we can double or triple the water that we have, but we could save up to 20%. And 20% is very meaningful when we look at a big basin like the Sacramento Valley. 20% is a ton of water. Next slide, please. And one more advance slide. So here are some examples of sprinkler technologies that I've ranked from highest consumptive use to least consumptive use. And so how we save water in a sprinkler irrigated system is move the sprinklers as close to the ground as we can, decrease the pressure, increase the nozzle size, and make the drops as big as we can while still maintaining uniform application. And so depending on how many steps we move down this chain towards the right, we could save on the order of 5 to 20% of water reduction in consumptive use. Next slide. So other systems like the surface flood, where the furrows are irrigated, there's no sprinkler losses here, so there's nothing to drive down there, but there is a significant portion of the soil surface that is wetted in the field. And so next slide, we can try to reduce that area of the surface that's wetted. So surface drip irrigation will still wet a little bit of the surface of the soil, but much less. And then if the drip lines are actually buried under the soil, essentially the surface will stay dry and there'll be near zero soil evaporation. So you can't save nearly as much here as you can with the sprinklers, but still maybe a few percent of water. Next slide. So other ways, moving beyond the wasted water and getting into the crop transpiration, one really promising way to reduce consumptive use is what's called regulated deficit irrigation. And this is when water is reduced during specific stages of the crop. So for example, like with peaches, while the fruits are still quite small, the plant can tolerate some drought stress and not really end up affecting the final yield of the crop. And this can sometimes even improve the quality of the fruit, which could be really important for something like, say, wine grapes. And so it essentially allows the application of water and the consumptive use of the water to be reduced without affecting the yield, or with just small effects in the yield, where you're saving more water than you are reducing the yield. Next slide. So this has been pretty well tested for tree crops like almonds and pistachios, as well as some vines like grapes. And it'll probably work for other crops as well, but it really does take years or even decades of experimentation and really careful research. So it's not something to be done lightly. It has to be done carefully, but it does work, and it does save water. Next slide. Another thing to do is to switch crops. So we could shift away from crops that have high consumptive uses, like tree crops, irrigated pasture, alfalfa, and move more to crops that use much less water, grains like wheat. Next slide. So there was a great review paper analysis by Bozer et al. Recently, 2023, and they showed that by switching in the Sacramento Valley, or the whole Central Valley rather, by switching from the most consumptive crops to the least consumptive crops, the consumptive use of applied irrigation water could be reduced by up to 93%. And this is, I don't want to say that I would recommend doing this scenario, because this would require growing some pretty, uncommon crops that maybe aren't as valuable. So it's kind of an extreme scenario just to illustrate how much water could be saved. So some of these less consumptive use crops, depending on market conditions, might be worth a lot more or a lot less. So, until recent years, wine grapes were a pretty valuable crop that had relatively low consumptive use. So it just sort of depends on the market conditions. But that's an important factor to consider with this one, is the markets and the economics. Next slide, please. So how much water could we save through these conservation and efficiency measures? The state of California has done several studies of this. In particular, looking at the regulated deficit irrigation, they showed that just applying this to tree crops and wine grapes could reduce the amount of applied water on those crops on a statewide basis by 1 to 1.5 million acre feet per year. Now, only a relatively small subset of that would be consumptive use, which, remember, is what we really care most about. But in this 2006 study, the state thought that about 140,000 acre feet per year could be saved through reducing that non-productive evapotranspiration. Next slide. So, and then on a statewide basis, this study from the Pacific Institute, Glick et al. 2014, they calculated that total consumptive use of California agriculture could be reduced by 0.6 to 2 million acre feet per year without fallowing land or without switching crops, just by better irrigation management and regulated deficit irrigation. Next slide, please. So I've been talking, really emphasizing here how important reducing consumptive use is. And so in that respect, Sites Reservoir is actually counterproductive, because it's a new consumptive use of water. It's a transformation of a dry valley into a reservoir environment. And, just due to the morphology, the shape of the lake, it's relatively shallow. It would be trying to store water from wet years into dry years. So sort of by definition, water is going to sit in that reservoir for a long time. So the evaporation rates in the reservoir are actually quite high. Next slide, please. So I thought, well, I'd heard about this issue when I started reviewing this testimony in this project. So I thought, well, where can I find information on what the evaporation volumes is? How much water will be lost from Sites Reservoir? Oh, great. There's this EIS with thousands of pages of documentation. I'll look.
Okay, I'm gonna, sorry.
Oh,
slow down a little bit. Thanks.
Yes, getting too excited.
So, how much water would be lost from Sites
Reservoir each year? So I thought that I would find this answer in the final environmental impact report, environmental impact statement, because there's literally thousands of pages of documentation, model runs, calculations. So I looked hard. I spent probably an hour. I used the Adobe Acrobat Power Search, where I searched on every variation of the word evaporation that I could think of to look in every document in the appendices. The answer is not there. There is no annual volumes in the EIR. So, but there are these bits and pieces of things that allowed me to piece together what the evaporation is, because the authority has calculated this. They just don't present it in a comprehensible way. Next slide, please. So It turns out the answer is about 44 to 48,000 acre feet per year, which is equivalent to about 16 to 17% of the average annual inflow. And this is actually quite high for a large reservoir in California. It's quite a bit higher. And next slide. Yes, so with climate change, the climate's getting warmer, it's getting drier, so evaporation is going to increase. And in the past 40 years, the evaporative demand of the atmosphere has increased by about 3.5 inches per year. And that's equivalent to about a 5% increase over the last 40 years. And it's going to intensify. So the evaporation from sites, into the future climate will be more than these calculations here. This was an average over whatever the analysis period. I think it's an 80-year period from 1920 to 2000 or something. Next slide, please. So what really came to my mind is the first law of holes, which is if you find yourself in a hole, the first thing you want to do to get out of that hole is to stop digging. And so, is there an alternative way to store water that's not going to increase consumptive use? Next slide. And it turns out that there is a way to store water without evaporating 16 to 17% of the water you're trying to store, and that's managed aquifer recharge. And that's the intentional diversion of water from surface water, like a river, and infiltrating that into a groundwater aquifer where it, during periods when it's wet, when there's abundant water, and then, next slide, then it can be, it'll either naturally leak back to the stream later, or it can be pumped out. These systems can range from really, really simple to really complex, highly engineered, highly expensive. Next slide. One that is gaining in popularity in California is agricultural managed aquifer recharge. And that is when you just basically divert water from a river or a stream and flood it out across a field during the wintertime when the crops are dormant. And this has been pretty extensively tested for almonds and alfalfa. And really the crops don't suffer any substantial damage as long as it's done when they're in the dormant period in the winter. And this probably would work for additional crops as well. It just takes more, research and experimentation, and it's got to be carefully done. Next slide. Managed aquifer recharge has been pretty well studied around the Central Valley. There's been a lot of implementation of recharge projects in the San Joaquin Valley. In the Sacramento Valley, it's really just sort of getting going. A lot of the groundwater sustainability agencies have groundwater management plans that propose a lot of recharge projects, but there have not been many implemented yet, but there's great potential for this. Next slide, please. So the benefits of managed aquifer recharge is that you have a lot less evaporation, because to the extent that you're ponding water on the surface, you're doing it in January, February, March, when it's cold and it's not warm, and so evaporation rates are very low compared to the reservoir, where that water is sitting there exposed to the sun for years. So with aquifer recharge, you're storing the water below the surface of the ground. It's protected from the sun. It's not going to heat up. So when it gets back into the river, it's going to be, cool rather than hot. So that's good for fisheries and salmon. It's also, there's no sun underground to grow harmful algae. Next slide, please. It's also much less expensive. It's very inexpensive relative to surface water. So a study by UC Davis, Caracas, 2023, found that in the Central Valley, managed aquifer recharge was about $37 to $136 per acre foot, which when you compare that to the cost estimates for sites at the release point of the reservoir, is something like 6 to 22 times cheaper per volume of water. I would also point out that sites that under current conditions, there's excess capacity in the Glenn-Colusa Canal and the Tehama-Colusa Canal. If sites reservoir is built, all of that extra capacity to convey water during the wintertime. And to the extent that there is extra water in the Sacramento River, that is all going to go to Sites Reservoir. It's not going to be available to do groundwater recharge. And it's going to evaporate 16 to 17% of all the inflows. So if Sites Reservoir was not built, that infrastructure that's already been paid for, that already exists, that's much cheaper to use, that could be used for groundwater recharge. And I don't know, what the volumes of groundwater recharge that you could use those canals for, but I think it's something that should be looked at. Next slide. There are some constraints and caveats to recharge. You're not creating water by recharging, you're just storing water. So just as Sites Reservoir is not creating water, it's storing water, right? So its recharge is going to be limited by how much more water can the river afford to give up? That has to be considered. Recharge can affect groundwater quality, either positively or negatively. It's just something that has to be managed and taken into consideration. And there are soils and geologic constraints. You can't do recharge everywhere because the water has to be able to infiltrate into the ground. This has been pretty well mapped in the Central Valley. And so there definitely is a lot of opportunity for recharge. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, there are alternative water supplies available for agriculture that do not rely on Sites Reservoir. Next slide. The first way to do that is through conservation and efficiency to drive down the consumptive use. And so that would be by reducing the non-beneficial consumptive uses. So the wind drift, the soil evaporation. Also a lot of promise for regulated deficit irrigation. That's when the crops are reduced water is applied to them at specific times in their growth that does not affect their production or doesn't affect it much. And then there's also switching from crops that consume a lot of water to crops that consume less water. Although that, as I mentioned, has, some of them are more valuable and some of them are less valuable. Next slide, please. There's also great potential for increasing groundwater storage with managed aquifer recharge. It's much more cost effective than building a surface reservoir, and it has fewer environmental impacts. It's not going to be evaporating 16 to 17% of the water. It's not going to be growing harmful algae or heating up the water. There still are the constraints of there's only a certain amount of water in the Sacramento River to be used. But there's definitely some advantages to groundwater storage over surface. So thank you. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Asarian. I think I might first ask a question. I just wondered, maybe I can put it this way. To what extent do the agricultural water conservation measures that you described apply to the irrigation of rice?
That's a good question. I thought somebody might ask that. That is not something that I know a ton about. There is one of the references that I cited, WCT 23, Jovanovic et al. 2023, does mention some things that can be done, like maintaining lower water depths, using intermittent irrigation instead of continuous, or even using drip irrigation. That does have some losses, and there are some additional, that paper cites some other papers that I didn't have time to read, but I think there is some information in the literature about that. I don't know, what percent. It's probably not, I mentioned that it's sprinkler irrigated crops, where if you're using inefficient sprinklers, that's where you can get the biggest savings. So, rice is a flood irrigated. So, if I were to I shouldn't make up a number. It'll be closer to the low end than the high end, I would say.
Understood. So I just want to make sure I understand the point that you're making here, which is just generally that there are opportunities for conservation in agricultural uses of water, which then would reduce demand and therefore the need to construct sites reservoirs. Is that generally the line of reasoning?
Yeah, because as I mentioned about my understanding, based on the site's fact sheets, is that about 25% of the site subscribers are agricultural districts. So, 75% is urban, so that's somebody else's issue. I'm not going to testify about that, but the 25% that is agricultural water supply, if it's whatever, 25% of the water coming out of sites, I assume, is going to be used for agriculture. So if there could be a way to save that amount of water through efficiency, or store that amount of water using ground rod recharge, then the reservoir, would potentially not be necessary.
Do you know, or is it, I don't think it's in your testimony, but do you know what percentage of the 25, I think here you say 24% for north of Delta, is intended for rice? That's sort of, I'm going to object to my own question because it's vague about the future, but do you have
also saying that objection?
But I think you can understand where I'm going. The question is, do you have a sense in the of the north of Delta agricultural demands? I guess one way to put it, do you have a sense of the percentage that is for rice, for irrigation?
I do not. I know that rice is a major crop in there, but it's far from the only crop. I thought about doing that GIS mapping exercise, but I just ran out of time in the testimony deadlines.
Right, understood. Thank you. Thank you for humoring me on those. And then with that, I will go ahead and look to, it looks like Mr. Ferguson. Do you have questions for Mr. Asarian?
I do. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Asarian, my name is Aaron Ferguson. I'm an attorney for the Sites Project Authority. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about your testimony and presentation.
Sure.
So within your testimony, you identify 3 specific, what you call unproductive consumptive uses, correct?
Yeah.
And those are wind drift and evaporative losses, canopy interception losses, and soil evaporation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is each type of unproductive consumptive use you identify generally relate to irrigation of specific types of crops?
It's going to be affected by a lot of things. So let's just say it's a sprinkler irrigated system. The crop has just been planted, so there's entirely bare soil. So you're not going to have canopy interception before the plants grow up. The bigger those plants are, like a mature corn plant or something like that, is going to have relatively high canopy interception. So it's going to vary by the crop stage the crop is at. It's going to vary according to what type of irrigation technology you have. So some of the sprinklers release the water way up high. Some of them release it right down at the soil surface. Similarly as with canopy interception, the soil evaporation is also going to vary as the crop grows, and covers more of the soil. So it's I'd say it's a pretty dynamic situation.
So are the unproductive consumptive losses generally associated with certain types of irrigation practices?
Well, as I mentioned, it's I had a slide there of different types of sprinklers. The types of sprinklers, high pressure impact sprinklers that shoot the water like 50 feet into the air. If you're at a really windy, hot, dry site, you could lose, like, I've seen estimates of up to 40%, which is hard for me to believe, but that's what I read. So that's like the highest thing. And then I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, no, that's helpful. So
okay.
Is it your opinion that wind drift evaporative losses are most likely to be associated with sprinkler irrigation?
Yes. Yeah, because you have to get the water up into the air. So with flood irrigation, you don't really do that. The water is at the surface. So
Okay.
with flood irrigation, you have open water and then you have wet soil.
Okay.
But you don't have sprinkler losses.
And canopy and reception losses are most likely to be associated with sprinklers too, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then soil evaporation is most likely to be associated with flood or furrow irrigation. Is that true?
Yes. And sprinkler irrigated crops when they're at their early stages before the crop is grown out over the soil.
Okay. On page 5 of your testimony at lines 9 through 11, which maybe we can bring up, and you state that the potential to reduce agricultural consumptive use without fallowing or switching crops has been estimated at 0.6 to 2.0 million acre feet per year.
Yeah.
And, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you cite a specific study for this, correct? And I believe it is study that's noted as exhibit WCT 18, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the reduction in unproductive, excuse me, is it your understanding that this reduction in consumptive use is attributable to elimination of the 3 unproductive consumptive uses you identify?
It would be those plus the regulated these most of that's a Pacific Institute citation, Glick et al. 2014. They emphasize a lot that regulated deficit irrigation, which I've seen it's a little contradictory. Some people lump that with unproductive consumptive uses because you can reduce the consumptive use without affecting the crop, but I tend to think of them in different buckets.
Okay. So I was reviewing a WCT 18 at page 4, and it cites 3 studies. Is that correct?
Can you remind me which one WCT 18 is?
Yeah, can we bring that up, please?
Okay, I'm sorry, I was confused. Yeah, okay, so proceed.
Can we turn to page 4, please? So Mr. Asarian, at the bottom of the left-hand column on page 4 and the top of the right-hand column, it appears to contain the estimate that you provided in your testimony
Yes.
of 0.6 to 2.0 million acre feet, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then it cites 3 studies from which it appears that these numbers may have come from, correct? And
can you point to the spot?
yeah, can we scroll down, please? At the bottom of the left-hand column, it says CalFed 2000, 2006, and then Cooley et al. 2009.
Yes.
And so I was just asking you whether you know where these numbers have come from.
I'm trying to remember. It's been several months since I wrote this testimony. And I was just going to look real quick and see if I put those on my list of exhibits or not. Cooley 2009 I do have as an exhibit. CalFed 2006 I do not have CalFed 2000. So those 2 that I mentioned, the CalFed 2006 and the 2009, at least I don't remember how much time I spent reading them, maybe
Okay.
half hour each or something. I didn't read every single thing word for word, but I spent a little bit of time looking at them, but not extensive. I figured those were reputable organizations who I think, had done a lot of work. And so I thought, well, I don't need to reinvent the wheel. A team of people have spent months or years working on it.
Okay. In reading WCT 12 at page 5, and that's a different exhibit, I realize, they cite CalFed 2000 and 2006. And it appears to be these same numbers that you've cited here. Are you familiar with WCT 12?
Let me look at that. WCT 12, that's the Cooley et al. 2014 Agricultural Water Conservation and Efficiency Potential in California.
Can we bring that exhibit up, please?
I'm sorry, say the last part again.
Can we please bring that exhibit,
yeah.
Ms. Mullen, WCT 12?
Yeah, again, this is one that I probably spent half hour looking at it, but
okay. And turn to page 5. So in the left-hand column there, Mr. Sarian, it says in the CalFed 2000 study that statewide there was an estimate of 0.6 million acre feet of reduction in unproductive consumptive use, correct?
efficiency potential.
At the bottom.
It says reduction in consumptive use. It doesn't say reduction in unconsumptive use. Or sorry, unproductive consumptive use. But yes, 0.6 million acre feet is a reduction in consumptive use.
Okay.
So I'm assuming that, or sorry, go ahead.
So do you see, well, is it your understanding that the 0.6 million acre feet that you have on the low end of the range in the study you cited looks like it came from CalFed 2000?
I think so.
Okay.
100% sure to be able to answer that, on the fly here, but that seems reasonable given where it is in the paragraph later after, CalFed 2000 has been mentioned.
And you see a little earlier in the paragraph, it says that .4 million acre feet were reductions in consumptive use that could be available to other uses, meaning that within a smaller geographic area, 0.4 million acre feet could be saved, correct?
Yes, that's how it appears to me.
And that smaller geographic area is what this paragraph describes as the area that could be affected by the CalFed project, correct?
I think so. I mean, I had not thought about this issue till you're asking about it, but I think you're interpreting it correctly.
Well, if you look a little further up in the paragraph, it says the CalFed Water Use Efficiency Program Plan was released in 2000. It had a limited geographic scope, including only those areas that would affect the Bay Delta. So,
yeah.
And do you understand that where it says the area that would affect the Bay Delta, that probably means the Sacramento Valley, San Joaquin Valley, and perhaps the Delta?
I would assume it would mean, yeah, the entire Sacramento, San Joaquin watershed.
Okay, so that's
just an assumption.
That's a smaller geographic area than the area that was used for the 0.6 million acre feet estimate, correct?
Yes, I'm assuming that based on what it says towards the bottom of the paragraph says expanding this analysis to the entire state and including other opportunities to capture the full percentage.
So based on this description in WCT 12 on page 5 regarding the potential reductions, it appears that the estimated reduction of 0.4 million acre feet is an estimate that's well, best associated with the areas of the Central Valley that could affect the Bay Delta, correct? Like we just discussed that.
Yes, that's how it appears.
Okay. And so this evidence indicates that at most the geographic areas where sites agricultural members are located have the potential to reduce unproductive consumptive uses by 0.4 million acre feet at most, correct?
I think you just said the site's agricultural subscribers. I mean, they're a pretty small percent of the entire valley, right?
Well, yeah, let me restate it. I was talking about the geographic areas. So this evidence indicates that at most the geographic areas where sites agricultural members are located have the potential to reduce unproductive consumptive uses by 0.4 million acre feet at most, correct?
If by what you mean the area where the members are located, you mean the entire Bay Delta area, which I'm interpreting as the whole Central Valley. Then according to this study, then yes, 0.4 million acres. But I think you said something like the maximum amount, and this is just one study, right? There was another study which I see elsewhere on the page here. It says 2 million acre feet per year. So yeah, there's different estimates of things, but according to this one, yeah.
Okay. Since this estimate of 0.4 million acre feet was prepared in the year 2000, would you anticipate the current potential in the areas that affect the Bay Delta to now be less than this amount due to changes in irrigation practices since that time?
I was just looking at a different page in that what I think is the same report that we're looking at, showing that flood irrigation has gone. There's been a general trend away from flood irrigation and a general trend towards drip. And I'm not sure about the sprinklers. So I would say I don't really know. But if I had to guess one way or the other, if the opportunities would be greater or less than they were in 2000, I'd say there's probably a little bit less opportunity now because there has been a move towards more efficient practices over time. But I don't know that. Also, the climate is getting warmer, so every inch of irrigated land is using more water than it used to. So by that token, you could say there might be greater opportunities.
And you say that because a certain irrigation practice may have more unproductive consumptive use as the climate gets warmer? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, you're talking about the end of my last comment.
Yes.
No, just if we think of everything as percentages, if the base of the percentage is getting higher because the climate's getting warmer, so every acre of crops is using a little bit more water, maybe 5 or 10% more water than it did 40 years ago. So if that kind of base has gotten higher, then the absolute volume that could be saved by making it more efficient should also get a little higher. I don't think it's a major issue. I don't think we should focus on it too much. And I guess another thing I would throw in here is that irrigation practices have changed over time, but crops have changed over time too. And there's been a major expansion in nut crops, which is pretty much the highest consumptive use that there is. So that's something pushing the other direction. So it's pretty hard for me to. I really shouldn't speculate much on the opportunities.
Okay. Did you review any information regarding crops grown or irrigation practices used by the agricultural participants in the sites project?
Not every specific district. I did look at like the map of where the subscribers, the site's agricultural subscribers are. I did look at, crop maps from some of the literature I was looking at that showed, where's the rice, where's the nuts, all that kind of stuff. So I did look a little bit at it, but I didn't do any like summaries of it.
Okay. Did you review any information regarding, I'm getting some feedback. Are you, sorry, can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you review any information regarding crops grown and irrigation practices within the Colusa County Water District?
Did I? Not honing in on that one. Like I say, it would have been a map that I, as part of the whole valley, that I kind of glanced at back and forth a little bit, but I would say no, really.
Okay. And are you aware that the Colusa County Water District is one of the sites agricultural participants located in the Sacramento Valley?
I don't know. I don't have like the list of the 14 or whatever it is agricultural subscribers memorized, but that sounds familiar.
Okay.
They operate one of the main canals, right? So
yeah, I'd like to bring up the document that I sent earlier this morning that's called Colusa County WD WMP. And I'd like to ask you a few questions, Mr. Sarian, about.
For the record, could we have the exhibit number for that, just so the record's clear?
I think it'll probably be sites 289.
Correct.
Mr. Sarian, I would like to ask you some questions about the information in this document describing acreages of crops grown, irrigation practices, and estimated water uses, so that you can perhaps give me a sense of what kind of potential there might be to reduce unproductive consumptive uses in a district like Colusa County Water District. Okay.
Okay.
Great. So can we turn to, well, so just to confirm, it doesn't sound like you've reviewed the sites 289, is that correct? The Colusa County Water District Water Management Plan?
Does not look familiar.
Okay. Do you understand that certain districts are required to prepare ag water management plans like this?
I'm not familiar that they are required to, but it makes a lot of sense to do so.
Okay. Can we turn to page 5, please? PDF page 5. And if we scroll down, you see under number 7 there, a table that describes major irrigation methods by acreage.
Yes.
And do you generally see a trend away from, for example, sprinkler irrigation since 1992 towards drip irrigation?
That's what this table shows, yes, or appears to show.
And the same question with respect to furrow irrigation, which I take to mean running water in furrows, but like you showed.
Yeah.
Does it look like there's a trend away from furrow irrigation to drip irrigation?
Yes.
Okay. And can we go to PDF page 15? And Mr. Sarian, on PDF page 15, under water uses within the district, there's a table under number 2. And it gives you a sense of the acreages by crop type and by irrigation method, correct?
That's how it appears, yes.
And do you understand low volume acres to refer to drip irrigation?
I am not familiar with that term, low volume. Different people, kind of group irrigation methods differently. So like, for example, that Cooley 2014 report we were just looking at, they lump micro sprinklers with drip. So I think given that I don't see drip listed separately, I would assume that it includes that. And I would note that would drip, there's surface drip and subsurface drip. And subsurface is another % or 2 more efficient than surface, but I think it's a safe assumption that the low volume probably includes drip. Yeah.
Since the witness is not familiar with this document, and obviously, and you apparently are, Mr. Ferguson, does the document contain a definition of low volume acres of low volume?
I don't see it, but can we go back to page 5? Mr. Asarian, in the table we just looked at on page 5, can we scroll down? For 2019, it shows drip acreage at 32,645 acres, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And can we go back to PDF page 15? The acreage listed for low volume irrigation is 32,645, correct?
Yes, that is what it shows.
So I am inferring a bit here, but it appears that low volume encompasses drip, like you've suggested, correct?
I think so.
Okay.
Seems reasonable.
Given that those acreages match up. Okay, fair enough. And then finally, can we go to PDF page 31? So this are the crop water needs within the district for all the crops that are grown in the district. You see that, and it totals 108,000 acre feet in total for all the cropping in the district.
Yes, I see that.
Okay.
I have no idea if the crop ET values that are listed there in the second column are accurate or not, but that's what the table shows. I'm a little surprised to see pasture and rice having higher ET than almonds, just given the massive leaf area of an almond tree, but that's what it shows. I'm not super familiar with crop or ET differences between crops, but I'm a little surprised to see that. But anyway, sorry, go ahead. That wasn't your question.
Well, if we were to look at the 3 highest crops by acreage and account for their projected water use here in table 5, would you be able to provide, well, hold on. Let's go back to PDF page 5, please. I'm sorry, PDF page 15. almonds and grapes and walnuts show three of the highest acreages, correct?
That's what it appears to show. Yes.
And they all appear to be low volume irrigation, correct? Except for a small bit of the almonds.
I'm sorry, say the ones again.
Almonds, walnuts, and grapes, correct?
Yes, that's what I do see. Vine seed, whatever that is also on the list of high crops or high acres. But
almonds,
yes,
grapes,
of
and
the three
walnuts.
that I'm sorry, go ahead.
So if we were to look at the water use for almonds, grapes, and walnuts, and subtract that water use out of the total water use for the district, assuming that low volume irrigation for those crops is pretty efficient, and you wouldn't be able to gain any reduction in unproductive consumptive use. Would you be able to give me an estimate, perhaps, of what the potential reduction in unproductive consumptive use might be for the remainder of the water use in the district?
No, not off the, not on the fly like this. If I had a few hours to think about it, I could maybe come up with something, but I don't think that'd be that productive.
Can we turn to PDF page 31 again? Do you see that the projected water use for grapes, almonds, and walnuts totals about 99,000 acre feet?
Grapes, almonds, and walnuts. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay.
Approximately. I'm not doing.
And so the difference
math.
the difference between total water use and the water use for those three crops is about 9,000 acre feet, correct?
Yeah, something like that.
So assuming for the sake of argument that the entire 9,000 acres was applied through either flood furrow or sprinkler, which we know is not the case because we looked at the other table, but assuming that is the case, would you be able to provide an estimate of potential reductions in unproductive consumptive use that CCWD may be able to achieve on that 9,000 acre feet of applied water?
Certainly not on the fly here. If I had some time, I could, come up with some real kind of rough range. But I don't think I want to do that.
Okay. Well,
Or would be sorry, go ahead.
Even if we used, I think what you cited was a 20% reduction, which
Yeah,
you admitted is on the high end and
yeah,
may or may not apply to these crops that are grown here. But assuming we even use that number, then Colusa County water district may be able to achieve like 1,800 acre feet of reduction in unproductive consumptive use, correct?
yeah, something like that. I would mention also, I don't know, I mentioned that the whole issue of the regulated deficit irrigation, which is not related to the technology of the irrigation, but rather when the water is applied that you can strategically withhold water during specific growth stages and have a disproportionate reduction in water use compared to the percent reduction in yield. So I have no idea, what the practices of this particular water district are in terms of that regard.
Okay. Well,
as far as water saving potential for that particular district.
Yeah, do you know
something I would want to look at?
Do you know the quantity of water that the Colusa County Water District is anticipating receiving on an average annual basis from the sites project?
I do not.
Okay, can we bring up AHO 5, please? and then turn to page 10. Mr. Asarian, I'll represent to you that, well, first of all, I'll represent to you that table 5 shows a table of sites participants and the average annual yield and storage allocation for the sites project.
Okay.
And have you reviewed a table like this in preparing your testimony?
Can you scroll down just so I can see the bottom rows to see if it has a total? Yeah, no total there. I have looked at a table in one of like this. It was like a sites, like 15 slide sites PowerPoint summary that had percentages by district. I didn't look at the absolute numbers, but
okay. But this looks somewhat familiar. Yeah.
Sure.
In terms of the individual numbers for the districts.
Yeah, I mean, I have not paid attention to what the individual numbers are, but
well, can we scroll up?
It's not I don't know, ringing any alarm bells that it looks weird or something.
Okay. Do you see the for Colusa County Water District, which is the 5th entity in the table?
Yep.
The average annual yield that they're anticipating from the sites project, or that they would like to obtain, is 9,256 acre feet.
Yes, I see that.
So assuming that's reflects the yield that they're anticipating, when we compare that to the our hypothetical reduction in unproductive consumptive use that we calculated of 1,800 acre feet, isn't it the case that a reduction in unproductive consumptive use would yield the Colusa County Water District less than 20% of what they're seeking from the sites project?
Yes, it would appear that way. Although, as I mentioned, with the caveats, and that would be, I don't know to the extent that they're applying regulated deficit irrigation on their almond crops, which, you know, is the big crop, so that could be a big difference. But yeah, as far as those the non-almond or the non-almond non-drip crops, yes, it looks like the amount in the sites table is you know, seems larger than that hypothetical example that we discussed a few minutes ago.
Okay. Well, since you brought up deficit irrigation, I do have a question about that, and then maybe,
Yeah.
I know we're running a short on time today, and that this might wrap it up. So, you have experience working with irrigators, correct?
I don't have direct experience, like, you know, advising irrigators. I've been a home gardener who's used both sprinkler and drip for, you know, 25 years in my backyard.
Okay.
I've done, you know, for the past few years, I've been doing a lot of analysis in the Shasta and Scott basins in the Klamath, looking at remote sensing estimates of evapotranspiration and consumptive use. But I'm not like a farm advisor.
Okay, so you don't have experience working directly with irrigators in assessing their irrigation practices. Is that true?
I mean, I've kind of looked at them from the outside just to try to understand, you know, the hydrologic budgets and brainstorming solutions for how we can, you know, make agriculture more efficient and reduce water scarcity and have higher flows in the rivers.
Okay. Well, with the caveat that it didn't sound like you have direct experience working with irrigators, do you have reason to believe that irrigators use any more water than is necessary for crop production?
Yes. I've noticed this with myself, like as the days get shorter, I don't necessarily go out and like reduce the amount of time in my, I have like a timer set up for my garden, right? And if I was managing it exactly carefully, I would schedule it based on the day length and the weather and kind of all this stuff. And I think it depends a lot on the operation. If it's a, really high tech kind of thing, they might be there. I'm sure there are some farmers who are managing it to the, exactly perfect where they're putting on just the right amount. Other people just kind of like turn the ditch on at the beginning of the year and the water, runs out across the field for the entire year and then they shut it off at the end of the year. So I think there's a really big range.
And you're not
The
familiar
more
with
expensive water is, the more regulation on access to water, the more efficient people are going to be. But I think it depends a lot on the situation.
But you're not familiar with where, Sacramento Valley irrigators may fall on that spectrum you just described, correct?
I would guess it's a big valley and you've probably got people, on both ends. I would say also just one quick point that, these efficiency things really shouldn't be thought of as just for the site's subscribers, but it really should be thought of at the whole valley-wide scale. I mean, if someone up who's not a site subscriber is saving water upstream somewhere, then, that water could potentially be used by the site's subscribers as well.
I think it's going to be time to call it, Mr. Ferguson, until tomorrow morning. We have 2 minutes. But Mr. Asarian will have to return either way. So yeah, I think we should count on that. We have 2 minutes. Is there anything we need to address before we break and see each other again at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning?
The only thing is just we do not have other witnesses tomorrow, as we talked about yesterday. Just to
yes, understood. Thank you. And that's a good reminder. We will hear from Mr. King. And then my intent would be to talk more about evidentiary objections, not in the sense of argument over them, but just how we're going to handle the timing of how we want to handle them and process. So I'd like to have that discussion, but I imagine it will be hopefully a relatively short day. Thank you, Mr. Asarian. Tomorrow I will get to greet you for the second time. Thank you for your testimony, and thanks to all of you for your professionalism and efficiency today. I'll see you at 9 a.m. We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thanks.